Public hearing of the Joint Select Committee on the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Voice referendum. I would like to begin by acknowledging where we meet today has been the meeting place of the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples for thousands of years. I would like to pay my respects to elders past and present, and I acknowledge the cultures of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people present with us today. I also want to thank Paul Howes for the incredible welcome to country we received moments ago. Welcome to all witnesses and observers here today. This is the first public hearing of this Joint Select Committee. Over the next few weeks, the committee will hold hearings in Orange, Cairns, Perth and again in Canberra before reporting on the 15th of May. I want to acknowledge the public interest in the proceedings of this committee. This committee has been appointed by the Parliament to inquire and report on the provisions of the bill introduced by the government to be submitted to a referendum on the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voice. The legislation itself is just a few pages long, and the substantive provision in the bill contains just 92 words. But these words matter. In terms of their drafting, they have a very long past. And if the Australian public agree to include them in the Constitution, they will have a very long future. But in simple terms, this committee is tasked with applying ordinary parliamentary scrutiny to a not-so-ordinary piece of parliamentary legislation. I note that the committee has not been asked to weigh up the appeal of a yes or no case in the proposed referendum. That is a decision for the Australian people. We will, however, hear from a range of witnesses with a range of different views. The committee wishes to be well informed and to understand different perspectives in relation to this inquiry. It is essential that we all engage in open and respectful discussions and that all witnesses on the program have a fair and reasonable opportunity to put forward their views on the bill which is before us. These public hearings are an opportunity for the Parliament to demonstrate how it can be at its best when members and senators work together in the public interest. We sincerely thank all witnesses for making time to appear before the committee today. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. If witnesses require any information about parliamentary privilege, this can be provided to you. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. This hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's websites, and the proof and official transcripts of the proceedings will be published on the committee's webpage. I thank all committee members for their attendance today, and I look forward to the hearing. To begin with, I now call and welcome Professor Megan Davis and Ms. Pat Anderson to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you both please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee today? We'll start with you, Auntie Pat.
Me first?
Yes.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity. It's important business that we have to do. I'm appearing today in my capacity as the co-chair of the Uluru Dialogues, along with Professor Megan Davis, and also, for the record, I'm the former co-chair of the Referendum Council, along with Mark Liebler. So we've been involved in this in a very long process. I'm going to talk to you today. Sure.
We'll just get Professor Megan Davis to state her name as well for the Hansard record, and then I'll hand back to you for an opening statement. Thank you. Professor Megan Davis.
Thank you. My name's Professor Megan Davis. I'm appearing here in my capacity as the co-chair of the Uluru Dialogue with Auntie Pat Anderson, and also as the chair of the Indigenous subcommittee that designed and led the Uluru Dialogues that led to the Uluru Statement from the Heart.
Thank you both. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion and questions. Auntie Pat.
Just take a few seconds to bring greetings from my people. We're the Alyara people, a long, long way from here, not just by geography. So I bring greetings to the traditional custodians of this country and to the business here today. I'm going to talk because it's really important to understand how we came to the Uluru Statement from the Heart. And the first point that I want to make is that I'm going to read it to you. The purpose of the Referendum Council came after almost a 10-year process, and the purpose, which I'm just going to take the opportunity to read to you. The Referendum Council will advise the Prime Minister and Leader of the Opposition on progress and next steps towards a successful referendum to recognise Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples in the Constitution as set out in these terms of reference. The Council will build upon extensive work of the expert panel on constitutional recognition of Indigenous Australians and the Joint Select Committee on constitutional recognition on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, and these is clearly set out, and the instructions that were given to the Referendum Council on pages 46 and 47 of the Referendum Council's final report. So our job then was to, so constitutional recognition was a given. That was given to us as part of the terms of reference of the Referendum Council. I want to stress that. And this was after a 10, 12-year process and several eight committees and what have you. So it's been a long gestation coming. And for us, it precedes even that. It goes back to almost 1788. So this is a long process. So I want to talk to you a little bit about, and Megan chaired the subcommittee, as she's already said. So we then had to go out and talk to our mob in the environment where consultation had already become a dirty word. We took the opportunity to seek advice from communities via a structured, deliberative dialogue process that would walk a sample of representatives chosen by local Indigenous community organisations through a tightly structured, intensive civics program and an assessment of legal options for reform from the expert panel and the Joint Parliamentary Committee. We used all of the findings from all of the previous reports. The Prime Minister and the Opposition Leader signed off on every option. We sought permission from traditional custodians and peaks and leaders, so we trialled the regional dialogue process in 3 locations with a whole lot of people. We trialled it in Broome, Thursday Island and Melbourne. So we had quite a few hundred people in various of those meetings, and we said to everybody, we trialled them, we said, is this going to work? What do you think? And we got sign-off from all of those groups before we went to any location at all. The Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition endorsed a plan put forward by the Referendum Council for the conduct of a series of First Nations regional dialogues, culminating in a National Constitutional Convention at Uluru. The Referendum Council gave final approval to the framework for the regional dialogues on 20 October 2016. The Australian Institute of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Studies was engaged to provide assistance in delivering logistics and supporting delegates to attend. The First Nations regional dialogues were convened in the following locations: Hobart, hosted by the Tasmanian Aboriginal Corporation, that was on the 9th to the 11th of December. We chose Hobart first, Tasmania first, to defer to their struggle and what happened in Tasmania. So usually they're left off the map often, but we made a conscious decision to go there first in honour of their resistance. Broome, hosted by the Kimberley Land Council on February 10th to 12th of February in 2017. Dubbo, hosted by the New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council, 17th and 19th February 2017. Darwin, hosted by Northern Land Council, 22 to 24th February 2017. Perth, hosted by the South Australian Western Land and Sea Council, 3rd to the 5th of March 2017. Sydney, hosted by the New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council, 10 to the 12th of March 2017. And Melbourne, hosted by the Federation of Victorian Traditional Owners Corporation, 17th and 19th of March. Cairns, hosted by the North Queensland Land Councils, 24th to 27th of March 2017. Ross River, hosted by the Central Land Council, 31st of March to the 2nd of April. Adelaide, hosted by the Aboriginal Legal Rights Movement Incorporated, 7th to the 9th of April. Brisbane, 21st to the 23rd of April 2017. Thursday Island, hosted by Torres Strait Council and a number of Torres Strait regional organisations from the 5th to the 7th of May 2017. A feature of all of these, we wanted to underpin this whole process with cultural authority, and that's why not only were they chosen for that, they're also chosen for their capacity to host such a meeting. An information session was hosted by the United Ngunnawal Elders Council, was held in Canberra on the 10th of May 2017. These were held in these locations, but the instructions were they would bring in people from the different regions to those centres. It works better in some places than in others, but certainly that was the instructions. And that's the Canberra people were supposed to come to we had two meetings in Sydney, but they didn't turn up, so we did an information day to satisfy. They were complaining, of course. The National Constitutional Convention was held in Uluru, 23rd to the 27th of May 2017. This process is unprecedented in our nation's history and is the first time a constitutional convention has been convened with and for First Peoples. The dialogues engaged 1,200 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander delegates, an average of 100 delegates from each dialogue, out of a population of approximately 600,000 people nationally. This is the most proportionately significant consultation process that has ever been undertaken with First Peoples. Indeed, it engaged a greater proportion of the relevant population than the Constitutional Convention debates of the 1800s, from which, of course, First Peoples were excluded. I'm happy to talk, answer questions on any of that, but I'll just stop it there. I just wanted to stress that it's really important that you understand this process. We didn't dream it up. This is your process over nearly 12 years.
Thank you. Professor Davis, did you want to make an opening statement?
Yeah, I will. Sorry, can I begin?
Of course, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Like Auntie Pat, I also bring greetings from the Cobble Cobble people of the Barringam Nation and also the Aboriginal community here in Eagleby, Logan City on Yugambeh land, where I grew up and all my family still reside. And my comments today will focus on the work of the Referendum Council and the tremendous work of the men and women of the dialogue process that Auntie Pat has just referred to. This bill is the culmination of a 16-year national discussion of constitutional recognition, at the centre of which is the Uluru Statement from the Heart, delivered to the Australian people on the 26th of May 2017. The bill is the culmination of over a decade's work, 10 reports, 7 processes and 10 years. After this committee, it will have been 11 reports and 8 processes in 12 years. It is a lot of policy and law reform on constitutional recognition in plain sight. This bill has deep roots in generations of advocacy by First Nations people concerned about Indigenous disempowerment, structural powerlessness, and a constitution that makes no reference to the polities that have occupied Australia for more than 60,000 years. A proper appreciation of that context provides Parliament with a strong, rational basis for approving the bill. In 2007, Prime Minister John Howard initiated the contemporary discussion about recognising Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples in the Constitution. In 2010, an expert panel was convened by Prime Minister Gillard. The panel presented a package of proposals for constitutional recognition to the Australian Government in January 2012, but it did not gain traction. The establishment in 2015 of the Referendum Council to advise the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition implicitly acknowledged that the discussion of constitutional recognition had lost momentum and there needed to be a focus on the views of those who were to be recognised. It was also recognition that symbolic recognition, symbolism alone, could not be supported by our communities, was regarded as tokenistic because it could not empower anyone. It's important to note that constitutional recognition as a term does not equate to symbolism. It does not equate to a preamble. It does not equate to a statement of recognition. Recognition is in fact a complex legal and political concept. It can mean many things. It can mean symbolic acknowledgement, but it can also mean substantive reform. Voluminous material across the world has been written on recognition, as it has by this Parliament. Recognition as a concept, it sits on a spectrum. At one end of the spectrum is what we call weak form recognition because it compels the state to do nothing. It doesn't stop the state from doing anything and it doesn't empower First Nations peoples. It's a statement of fact, but it isn't an action word. It does not empower. In the dialogues, it was referred to as a plaque in the Constitution, and there is no evidence to suggest that a symbolic statement of recognition or a symbolic preamble improves wellbeing or health outcomes or addresses disadvantage for First Nations communities anywhere in the world. At the other end of the spectrum are things like Section 116A, which was rejected by after the expert panel, a strong form of recognition because it compels the state to do something or it stops the state from doing something. The voice to Parliament, for example, is at the strong end of the recognition spectrum because it's empowering. It does something. It provides a Logan voice to Canberra. It provides a Cairns voice to Canberra. It provides an Alice Springs voice to Canberra. It provides a Yarrabah voice to Canberra. It's important to understand the spectrum of recognition and why symbolism alone won't cut it. The public discussion in Australia prior to the Referendum Council and the Uluru Statement rarely rose above the dictionary meaning of recognition, which is acknowledgement. And this was most unsettling for First Nations communities because in the absence of a very clear and substantive model for recognition, advocacy for recognition was being conflated with a minimal, mostly symbolic form of recognition. As Auntie Pat has alluded to, and I don't need to go over, we asked for the Referendum Council to be set up so we could have dialogues with our communities. And although he was told by the bureaucracy that our people had been over-consulted, to his credit, Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull formed a Referendum Council. That steering committee that was set up to devise the model for consultation and dialogue so that we could advance the debate in Australia was chaired by myself. I worked very closely with Auntie Pat Anderson and Noel Pearson on the regional dialogues. As Pat has said, we road tested the dialogues over a year. We consulted with traditional owners and our own organisations and our own significant leaders through meetings over 2016, and we ran a trial dialogue at Melbourne Law School. And then from December 2016 to 2017, as Pat has said, we ran the dialogues in 12 locations around Australia. Each dialogue was ran precisely the same way, with 100 men and women drawn from traditional owner groups, regional organisations, and, as I said, significant individuals. It's important to note that the options had been signed off by Prime Minister Turnbull and the opposition leader Shorten. And those options that were taken to the dialogues were the expert panel recommendations and the voice to Parliament, and also treaty or agreement making, because that was proliferating around the Federation at a state and territory level. The voice model that was taken was a constitutional model. The intention was that it would address the urgent need for First Nations people to have a greater say in decisions affecting their lives, while focusing on Australia's existing processes of parliamentary government rather than the courts. I think this is an important thing to be made clear that came out of the dialogues, because of the experience of the expert panel was that there was no political appetite for a non-discrimination clause. We were told that Section 116A did not fit with Australia's legal and political temperament or culture. The voice was intended to be an upfront political empowerment, even though it could not bind the federal parliament or the government. The regional dialogues were an opportunity for very careful deliberation about the merits of this proposal and all other proposals. The voice was by no means exclusive in terms of the focus of the dialogues. It was one of many. I should note that over...
Just a couple more minutes, Professor.
Yeah. I should note that over that 3-day period, it involved intensive constitutional civics education, intensive legal and political civics, legal lectures on the options, and in those dialogues, people matched the reforms to the situation of disempowerment confronting their communities and the worries that they had for their future, and especially for their young people. I'll skip all of the rest of my comments. but to say that the dialogues advocated for substantive constitutional change that would alter the status quo. So they called for the empowerment through a voice that could speak to both Parliament and the government, but one that could also evolve and change over the decades to come. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And we'll probably come back to some of that in the questions, I suspect. I will begin by handing the call to Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to at the outset acknowledge the extensive work from you, Aunty Pat, and you, Professor Davis, that have contributed to us being in this position here today. So thank you for the work that you've done. And thanks for the extensive opening statement outlining some of the work that you've done as well in the regional dialogues. So I wanted to unpack some of the regional dialogue processes in the remote and regional communities. Can you tell us a bit more about that process and how people were chosen to be there? You've talked about traditional owners, you've talked about cultural authority, just wanting to understand that a little bit more, if I can, please.
I'm probably going to share this.
Yeah, that's fine.
Megan will follow up, because it's important that you do understand this. The referendum, in fact, didn't select. It was done by the host organisation, who was selected by the Institute for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Studies. So we decided that we wanted to have that cultural authority. So then the Institute investigator went out and spoke to everybody, and those organisations were selected, as I read out to you earlier. So that's how that happened. And then there was a team of about 7 people with a male and a female coordinator or convener for each one of the format was exactly the same. Yeah. The agenda was the same, even when we had a cup of tea, and everything was the same, because we needed to measure at the end, empirically measure what people were saying, so it had to be all the same. Same breakout groups dealing with the 5 terms of reference that we had, and they were also led by the local people that were part of that group of 7 workers, if you like, but they were assisted. Megan's team of constitutional lawyers were resource persons, and at the dialogues itself, it was the conveners that presented, that ran them all, and Noel, Megan and myself, we became presenters of information. So that's how they were conducted. So the instructions we had we gave them was to select, it was 60, 40, 20% of people. 60 had to be TOs and traditional custodians and what have you, and people of authority and influence. 20% were to be local organisations from the region, and the other 20% was people that perhaps didn't fit that criteria, like the stolen generations and other important people. And we didn't say this, but even outspoken people. So we had a spread, and that was the same in every dialogue. An invitation, because as co-chair of the Referendum Council, as I've said, a letter of invitation went out under my signature, but they were chosen by that process by the Institute, who dealt with all of the logistics. So in terms of the logistics, we were half a step backwards, although we issued instruction. We also asked each group, and they did comply, can we please have an equal number of men and women, and can we have a few young people as well? And everybody did that too. So we had no hassles there at all. We were expecting some pushback, but we didn't. So that was the formula, including the information day here in Canberra. So that was carried out all over the country. So, and then the last function of each of those regional dialogues, and they each chose an election to do this, was to elect. It was there. We said, "What do you want to do? Do you want to choose, anoint, appoint? What do you want to do?" And they said, "No, we're all going to hold an election." So they did, and we stepped back again, and they conducted the election, and they were to elect 7 people from their dialogue to go to Uluru as their delegates and represent what they said at that particular regional dialogue. So all those people that were at the convention actually were elected by each of their dialogues. So it's local people choosing local people to speak for them, which is a feature of this whole process, in fact.
Professor Davis, did you want to add to that?
No, I don't want to go over what Pat said, just to emphasise, we didn't want to be the people deciding on the invitation list and the organisation, so we did keep it at arm's length so that it wouldn't be top down, And so we had a unit set up under IAXIS, and they did all the auspicing and the logistics for us. I just want to emphasise what Pat said about the invitation list. We really knew that we didn't have a lot of resources to run the dialogues, but we knew we wanted to have capture a robust sentiment from the mob about what they wanted, because that hadn't been done. So the expert panel didn't do that work. And so the breakdown of 60-20-20 was important because we wanted the decision-making to be embedded or at least anchored down by our cultural authority, who we are as Aboriginal people. And that's why traditional owners and elders community authority was key to the 60% of the invitations, because we are collectives, we are land-based, and we are also a gerontocracy, meaning that our old people are our decision makers. Our old people and our elders are the people who we look to for advice and wisdom and leadership and decision making. And so that notion of that was really critical to the 60%. And then the 20%, as Pat said, local organisations, so people who work in those regions and areas, and then the individuals could each area had different ways of bringing individuals into the process. You could write expressions of interest in some sites, and in other areas people just rocked up, having been invited by the local organisation. But we did do a lot of consultation. We spent the whole year designing, meaning we'd spoken to a lot of mobs so that IAXIS could decide, well, who will the local orgs be, by talking to big regions to decide on that. Gender was really important, particularly because of all of the kind of criticism in previous processes where they haven't been equal numbers men and women. And so they're just really key aspects of the invitation process to participate in the dialogues.
Thank you. And I'll come back to a question, a follow-up question later on, but I'm just conscious of the time that we've got with you this morning is being really limited. I've got lots of questions. But one of the things that you've stepped out for us is the extensive process, how considered that process was that's led us to the invitation that we've got now in front of the Australian people. What would you say to the suggestion that this will be a Canberra voice? Auntie Pat, might go to you first.
No, look, I'll let Megan. You know, all the decisions, it's a voice to Canberra, of course. You know, this probably isn't the place, but there's so much... No, I won't. Megan, you can answer.
No, Pat, finish, Pat.
No, this is where all the decisions are made. And often we have been, over the generations, been actually excluded. We've tried. I've spent a lifetime working in this space. You know, Aboriginal organisations, I've set them up. I've set up so many things. And I've been in this space since I was 15. I'm a big number now. I'm not going to tell you that number. And I've been a taxpayer since I was 15, just for those that think we're all sort of bludgers. So it's a voice to... This is where all the decisions are made. And a lot of those people who came to the dialogues, they were influential in their own organisations, but not necessarily they were the voices, and we did that on purpose, so we could talk to them directly and give them a choice. But it's really important that this be a voice to Parliament and to the government of the day. But the word "to" is really really important.
Sorry. Sorry, just to add to that. Look, the Canberra Voice term is unfortunate. I think it was used in the Republic referendum as well to imply that it's a elitist Canberra-based voice. But our mob understand the map of Australia, and they understand that the federal parliament sits in Canberra. So they understand what Canberra is and where it is. But what they asked for was a voice to Canberra, not a Canberra voice. What we heard in the dialogues was that people didn't, and this is why reserved seats and designated parliamentary seats weren't prominent, because people don't want to be politicians. In the dialogues, they did not want to be politicians. They don't belong to political parties. They don't want to be going to Canberra and to be politicians. They want to serve their community. They want to live in their communities and serve their mob and their families. And they're extraordinary men and women, that live their whole lives in their communities helping their own mob. They don't want to be in Canberra as a Canberra voice. They have no intention of leaving their communities. And that's at the heart of the Uluru Statement from the Heart and the Voice to Parliament. It is about getting grassroots voices amplified and feeding into Canberra, representing the views and voices of their communities. A really important message from the dialogues was there is no voices that exist now that represent who we are and what we want. And that's a really critical message. So the Canberra voice is just a term that's deployed to imply that our people want to be politicians in Canberra, when nothing could be further from the truth. They studied the system, the legal and political system. They worked out an option that fits better with the Australian legal and political temperament than the non-discrimination clause that was rejected post-expert panel. And they want a voice to the Parliament and to Canberra.
Thank you. And I concur. As a black person in this country, if you had asked me a couple of years ago if I wanted to be a politician, I'd say not a chance. This will be my last question. I'm just conscious of time. Just wanting to understand why it's important for the Voice to be able to make representations to executive government. I'll open that up to both you, Professor Davis, and Aunty Pat.
I'll start.
Yeah.
You know, torment of our powerlessness is partly due to bureaucrats. We've been the subject, and there's no, they just do and say what they think is appropriate and follow everything as they're supposed to do. So there's no flexibility there. And I have spent a lifetime, just talk about myself because I'm just one of generations of people that have to deal with Canberra so as our organisations and our communities and our families can get proper services. Just a quick example though before I even start. What happens, I don't know whether you're aware or not, what happens every time there's a change of government, there's a change of minister and there's even a new head of department, we all have to come back to Canberra and explain who we are. Often we have to bring a map to show where we're coming from and talk to the government of the day and explain who we are and justify why they need to maintain the level of funding that we already have to run our organisations and our families and what our needs are. So we have to all troop here and explain ourselves, but worse than that, justify ourselves. But then worse than that is that everything that's happened, however long that government's been in power that has lost the election, we go back to ground zero as if nothing has happened. And it's just, we keep running on the spot here. So we can't get any traction when everything is like they forget. The new government comes in and says, OK, they don't even want to know what happened. And then we have to sit down and go painfully over everything all again. Some things they'll pick up, but mostly they won't. So we're going back to ground zero every single time there's an election or even a senior bureaucrat, head of a department. So we're constantly trying to shore up, please, I'm not begging anymore. I am not begging anymore. Whatever happens, I'm not begging. So we have to go back and explain, justify who we are, for goodness sake, to every new government, to every new bureaucrat. So that's just one aspect of that. But so they are the real decision makers. They decide, the bureaucrats of the day, how things are going to work and who they'll talk to and who they won't talk to. And that's why it has to be, because if we don't have that, capacity to talk to them, well, there's not much left on the table, really, to be honest, in terms of practical application to where the needs, for goodness sake, to where the real needs are, because a lot of the money doesn't get to where the real needs are. And that's another reason why the voice is important. So we can get down. We have tremendous needs. A lot of money, you know better than me, is spent on us doesn't get down to where the real needs are. That's why we need to talk to the government of the day as well as the Parliament. That's just one aspect of it. It's a complicated set of circumstances, but it's very clear to us that we have to be talking to Parliament and to the Executive as well. Megan might want to add a little bit to that. That's just my personal experience.
Before you continue,
sure.
In the normal course of business, cameras would not go behind the witnesses. So could you just be respectful of that while we're conducting a hearing? I really want you to have access to this hearing particularly, but just be a little bit mindful that when people are speaking and to not film notes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Professor Davis.
Thank you. I think in all of the dialogues when we went out, Pat would agree, were very difficult conversations because the first day was taken up with mob expressing great disappointment, outrage, anger at the situation in which their communities are. There's one particular policy that came up time and time again in the dialogues, and that was the Indigenous Advancement Strategy, which had decimated many, many communities and had taken funding and resources without checking what worked and what didn't work. And communities were left, in their own words, stranded and without funding. And in some circumstances, you had communities now having non-Indigenous organisations deliver services, cultural services to them that they used to run themselves. I mean, I think the Australian National Audit Office has done a very good job of assessing that particular policy, but the role of the executive is very, very prominent. And partly the purpose of the representations is that bureaucracy in our space are able to get proper input directly from communities into the decision-making that they do so that they're getting better quality input. Better quality input from our people into policy and laws will mean we have better outcomes. And part of the poor outcomes we have is that our people are just not at the table. One of the really striking aspects of the bureaucracy, in the Westminster system, particularly at a Commonwealth level, is the lack of accountability. And I myself in my career run two particular inquiries, one a youth detention inquiry in Queensland and a commission inquiry, and one a New South Wales review into Aboriginal child removals, Aboriginal children in out-of-home care, the child protection system. And it's really striking how the regulatory systems right across the country, including the Commonwealth, are distinctive by the lack of accountability for decision-making by decision-makers, so in child protection by caseworkers, in relation to Aboriginal children and this area. And so I think the Royal Commission into Aboriginal Deaths in Custody said it best. I mean, they raised this problem 30 years ago, and here we are. So the Royal Commission into Aboriginal Deaths in Custody kind of had two components to the report. The first component was, if our people come into contact with the criminal justice system, what can we do to protect them? What do we do to protect them if they're in the criminal justice system? And so the report is replete with a lot of recommendations for how to protect them that have never been implemented, as we know. The second component to the report was that the only way to protect our people in the criminal justice system is to keep them from coming into contact with the criminal justice system, is to keep them completely away from that system. And how do you do that? Well, you set up the material conditions for communities to flourish. You set up the material conditions for our men and women and children to flourish. And I should say that in all of the work around the world on constitutional law, constitutions are very important. They play a very important role in setting the standards for the material conditions that allow people to thrive and flourish, that allow people to live at the threshold of a dignified human life. And so what the Royal Commission into Aboriginal Deaths in Custody said was the only way to protect our people is to keep them out of contact But they made this really interesting point. They said the problem in Aboriginal affairs or Indigenous affairs in Australia is the oppressive kind of subjugating work of the bureaucracy in Canberra. And there's this really striking quote that I'm going to try and paraphrase because I couldn't pull it up in Google fast enough, and that is, they make the point that for Aboriginal communities to flourish, we need to let go of the steering wheel and let our people, drive the direction of our communities. But they said that we need bureaucrats and bureaucracy to exit the space. Now, that's a metaphor because I understand that when you say things like that, they're often taken out of context. I mean it as a metaphor. People say the same thing about a voice. We're not saying Aboriginal people can't speak and don't have a voice. It's a metaphor for structural voicelessness and structural powerlessness. But the Royal Commission said we need bureaucrats to exit the space, and what they're saying is we need that executive level of work to include the voices of First Nations peoples across the country. And until that happens, until we actually do have representatives who are elected by our own people, who are talking to Canberra, you're not going to turn the ship around.
Thanks, Professor. Conscious of time, I'm going to hand the call to the opposition, to the Deputy Chair, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Antipat, and thank you, Professor Davis. I'll keep my questions very short because I understand others will have many more. Our task here as a committee is to scrutinise the particular words, and at the end of this process there will be a report, and there may be an opportunity for the government and then the Parliament to address constitutional risk. So I'd like to focus on that, and in particular I'd like to ask you questions, Professor Davis. Do you agree, and if we focus on section 129(2) of the draft wording, do you agree that the term executive government, as it is used in that subclause, means ministers and the public service?
Yeah, it means the executive, but can I just make the point that these comments, I've been invited to this panel to talk about the Uluru Statement from the Heart and the dialogue process. I do have a submission coming to the committee from the Indigenous Law Centre, who have led this work for 5-6 years. And also I'm the chair of the subcommittee for the Law Council of Australia and will be appearing in that respect as well. And I also am cognisant that you have many of the lawyers that I've worked with this afternoon, including Ken Hayne and Bob French and Brett Walker. The answer to my question is, the answer to your question, not my question, but the answer to your question in relation to section 129(2) is that would be our understanding. Can I also just make the point that in not having made my submission yet, that I think Professor Anne Toomey's submission, who also worked on the constitutional expert group with me, I think presents a really excellent summary and overview of the effects of section 129(2) in relation to the executive government of the Commonwealth.
Thank you, and I don't mean to go into the weeds of the discussion we'll have later this afternoon, so I'll keep it just broad. In terms of the executive definition, do you see that as one that is narrow in terms of decisions that are specific to Indigenous Australians, or do you see it as laws and policies of general application?
I see it in relation to matters relating to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. That's what section 129(2) is directed to. I think one of the really important things to think about in the context of the voice is that its success and its legitimacy is going to be predicated on its ability to make judicious decisions about what to make representations on. If it spreads itself too far, then it may be that it's not going to have the kind of impact that it should have or could have. The voice is going to have to make those decisions themselves, and it's going to have to be driven by communities too. But I think the scope is that representations will be made on matters relating to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. So I think it does require some kind of connection or association between the representation and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. And you know, in relation to that, because as you know, it's really difficult to sometimes answer and contemplate situations and contexts in relation to this, but the degree of connection, I suspect, will have to be determined by the actual context of what the representation is in relation to. But I would have to say, I think the Voice will be very wise as to what it does choose to make representations on.
Just to follow up on that, I don't mean to interrogate you or anyone about what the Voice may choose to do. I'm talking more about the right that it has, the right that exists from the words. Would you accept that the right includes laws and policies in the following areas: healthcare, tax and national security? What is your view on those three areas?
I think in relation to the words you're referring to, it's going to be context specific. So I can't talk to that in a really abstract sense because I don't have a representation or a particular piece of legislation or particular policy in front of me to answer that question. I think it will make representations in relation to matters relating to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, and that is a decision for the Voice to make.
Thank you. My second area of questioning is about a specific risk that has been identified in some of the submissions and in some of the commentary, and that is about a potential obligation for the executive to consult, to be proactive. So we're not talking about veto, we're talking about delay and prior notice. Some of the submissions open up the possibility that a future High Court will see the wording as currently draft creating an obligation on the executive to do three things. One is provide prior notice of a proposed decision, two, provide information about that proposed decision, and three, to take the Voice's representations into account. There are risks and there's differing views about how you quantify that risk. If that happens, do you agree that the Parliament, under subsection 3, will not be able to pass legislation to undo such a High Court interpretation?
I can't answer that question because I don't agree that that would happen. So that's my answer. I don't agree that there are some lawyers who make that point, but the majority of lawyers don't. And I think you'll find this afternoon in talking to people like Ken Hayne, Bob French, and especially Brett Walker SC, I think you'll find that they don't, and Toomey, don't agree with that assessment. I mean, I'm not going to speculate on something that I don't agree with. And I would just draw the attention, because I won't read it out, I know in the interest of time. I think Professor Toomey has very carefully set out why this provision doesn't set up an obligation in the way that you set that out. I don't think it opens up that possibility. So that's my answer. I just can't speculate on an abstract thing about something that I don't agree on.
No, I understand. Thank you, Professor Davis. My final question involves an assumption. If you can assume that risk is real, it's more than unlikely, and it happens. Let's say it happens. Do you think that you could achieve the objectives in the wording but reduce that risk by amending the wording so that a voice to the executive is done by the Parliament granting that through an act rather than in the words of the Constitution? What's your view on that?
I don't have a view on that because I think it's, can I say, constitutional shadow boxing, or it's a ghost of a point. So with all due respect, I just can't speculate on something that I don't agree with. And my concern about the debate and discussion and the discourse around this provision is that people are throwing up the most extreme examples to try and scare the Australian people, that this isn't actually quite a modest and conservative provision, which I say it is. And so I just can't answer those questions because I think it feeds into a discourse or a narrative that that is not accurate in relation to the words before us. But also, I don't want the Australian people to be misled as to what inference can be drawn from that provision with respect.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Deputy Chair. I'm going to hand the call to Senator Cox, who's joined us on video conference, and then we'll go to you, Mr. G, after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I hope everyone can hear me at that end.
Yes, we can.
Yeah,
Thank
great.
you, Senator Cox.
Thank you. Can I just firstly acknowledge that I'm here joining you from the lands of the Noongar Whadjuk people and pay my respects to the elders past and present. Professor Davis and Auntie Pat, can I just thank you for your collective but also individual leadership and the work that you've done for our people, both past, present and our future generations of children, in the way that you've crafted this work and how you've continued to persevere and be resilient in some of the opposition of the work that you've done. So I just want to pay homage to both of you as wonderful leaders that you are. Now I understand, and I also will pose this question to, in the interest of transparency, the same question to others on the panel today, that you've both been involved deeply with the wording and the proposed wording and the constitutional amendments that are before us. Given the time that's gone by and the 12 dialogues that you outlined, Auntie Pat, have the narratives changed around the further consultation and dialogues that you've actually had with people in community post the delivery of the Uluru Statement from the Heart?
That the dialogue might have changed, Dorinda, what people are thinking? Is that what you're asking?
Has it changed, or is, I think you articulated that previously of saying you've been in this since for a really long time. Yeah. But, have people continued to say the same things, or have they changed that?
That's hard to say, given where we are at the moment, but what's on the table, we're still dealing with this question of how we should be recognised in the Constitution, and that's what's on the table at the moment. There are a lot of other things, as you're alluding to, that are coming in. But let me say that I think people will all agree, whatever persuasion, that some things has to change, because I've spent a lifetime in my space, in this same space, and not a lot has changed. So we've been monumentally unsuccessful, in fact. So that's why there has to be some real structural reform, some real change. Now, of course, and you know the answer to this, because people change and what have you, but as we go along, I think the need for structural reform, I think, is even getting greater, not less. But for some of our mob, this might be a little bit different for them. But certainly, I think up until this time now, there has been a call for real structural reform, for real structural change. And as the people said to us in the regional dialogues, the only way that we can get any movement here is to use their big law. They very well understand the big law is the Constitution. So that we haven't been there. We've tried everything. We've set up our own organisations. We all went and got educated. We did everything we've been asked. And still we're stuck in this huge avalanche of disengagement. We've got, we've got kids now that can't, a generation or two here and there across the country, that can't read and write English, which wouldn't be so bad if they were competent and, proficient in their own language. They're not. They're like in no man's land. We have to do something that's really creative, innovative, and that's authentically Australian. And that's what's on the table now. We have a real opportunity here to do something that suits our situation, not what happened in Canada or New Zealand, our situation. And I think it's a great opportunity to come up with something that's creative, innovative, that is truly going to make a difference. Not only a difference to us, but a difference to the whole nation, because it will change the narrative for the country. There is no doubt about that. Yes, people's attitudes to change. We've got a big job. We all have a big job now to bring the electorate along to vote in the referendum and make an informed decision about that and take responsibility. So we need a sophisticated, mature conversation so that voters out there will be able to make an informed decision and take responsibility for that decision. And I think that's our task.
That's great, thank you. Professor Davis, did you have any comments?
No, the only point that I would make is that from 2017 to 2022, we had continued regular dialogues with mob leadership, etc., from around the country, including the different regions who hosted the dialogues. And we have done regular polling in communities in relation to this. The latest poll is that from Ipsos is that 80% of our mob support this. RA has a lot more money than we do. They did a really comprehensive barometer every year, and they've got the number at 88%. That doesn't obviate the need. So to make sure we're out there, as the Uluru Dialogues are, we're busy doing dialogues in Far North Queensland. We're doing them here in Logan and South East Queensland. We're doing most of New South Wales right now. We've just finished Dubbo and Tamworth, or about to do Tamworth. We're about to do Victoria. We're hoping to continue that engagement right up on the next 27, 28, whatever weeks to the referendum, to get out and make sure that our mob feel comfortable, are being informed, and ensure that they're on board and feeling safe. But absolutely, I don't think there's been a shift at all in that sentiment. I think people want to take this opportunity of constitutional recognition to empower their people. And yeah, that's my view.
Great, thank you. My second question is, currently the Joint Select Committee on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander issues is considering the Private Senators Bill in the name of Senator Thorpe on the implementation of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Do you see this consistent with the principles, the Voice to Parliament, constitutional recognition? Do you see that as consistent with both the principles of UNDRIP, but also consistent with the articles of UNDRIP? And was this given any consideration before the delivery of the Uluru Statement from the Heart?
Auntie Pat, I can answer this question.
Yes, please.
So absolutely. So obviously I was a UN expert on the Permanent Forum in New York, and during the dialogue period, I was one of 6 experts on the expert mechanism on the rights of Indigenous peoples based in Geneva under the Human Rights Council. Our job was, as the 6 experts, was to interpret the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. So that's one of my very that is my area of expertise, the declaration. I also was involved in the drafting of it. And the first report we wrote in interpreting, after the General Assembly gave us that mandate, was interpreting FPIC, and my final report before I left was the right to self-determination. So in the design of the dialogues and the discussion with the community, because the community brings up the declaration all the time, the dialogues were absolutely run in accordance with the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And in fact, DRIP was one of the yardsticks we used. The declaration was one of the yardsticks that we used in relation to decision-making around the options. The declaration, particularly Articles 18 and Article 18, in relation to the right of our First Peoples to participate in decisions and matters that affect them, and to have mechanisms like the Voice set up so that their representatives can speak into the legal and political system. Article 19 and Article 3 are all in accordance with the Voice to Parliament. So the DRIP is set up in a way in which it does actually, at first instance, speak to the ways in which First Nations or Indigenous populations can have an enhanced role in decision-making of the democratic system that resides in their country. And so that's what the DRIP does. It tries to help provide those parameters for states to understand how they can have better input from First Nations peoples into that decision-making. there's a whole other part to the DRIP, which is more about autonomous arrangements. And that's the stuff I suspect that happens as a consequence of governance mechanisms that flow from statutory land rights recognition and native title land rights recognition. There's a whole, lot of work being done on that concept of nation building, the kind of governance that mobs do internally. And so there is that part, but primarily the declaration is subject to all laws of the state. There's an Article 46 that says that all of the measures within DRIP fall within and under the national laws of the state, and that nothing should be done to compromise the territorial integrity of a state. Some Indigenous peoples find the DRIP then to be something that they're not so supportive of, because it is absolutely about the way in which the world's UN members have come up with a consensus agreement around how Indigenous peoples are accommodated within the framework of the state. So the DRIP was absolutely a part of the design, the dialogues and the discussion out at Uluru at the final National Constitutional Convention. So it is a declaration that's important to all First Nations peoples. Most communities mention it when you talk to them. And the work of the Voice to Parliament is absolutely and utterly consistent with the DRIP, but most important is that it's constitutional. And the DRIP does speak to that, because as Auntie Pat alludes to, our mob call it the big law, the Constitution is the most important framework in terms of empowering our people.
Senator Cox, I have to share the call.
Yeah, just 30 seconds.
Very brief.
Chair. Thank you. And I know both of you have spoken widely and extensively on this issue. And if you could give your 30-second elevator pitch to the Australian public around how important this referendum is for the nation, could you just give us that just to finish off?
It might be a difficult task, I think, Senator Cox.
Sorry, Doreen, do you want me to do a sort of, what do you call it, an elevator pitch?
Yeah, just the last 30 seconds, I've had about why this is so important.
Why the constitutional change is important?
Yeah, to the Australian public.
To the Australian public, there has to be a change. We can do better than we're doing. There is no doubt about that. The dialogues said to us in different ways, there was a belief in the common decency of the Australian people. That's the reason, another reason why they gifted it to the Australian people, because they knew that it's the Australian public that decide what our values are, what sort of a country we are, and what are our values, and who are we today. So I think that's what's the ask on the table, but they had absolute faith that Australians were decent people, hence the gift of hope and of even love, despite what's happened in this country.
Thank you. I'm going to hand the call to the member for Calare for a short.
I think Professor Davis wants to say something.
We do need to move the call around. So, Professor Davis, if you wanted to add something briefly, we can do that.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sure you're worried that a lawyer can't do a pitch in 30 seconds, but I will.
No, I'm not worried about that.
The Uluru Statement was a gift of friendship, a hand of friendship, a sign of peace, an olive branch that our people have issued as an invitation to the Australian people. The call of the Uluru Statement is that the Constitution is meant to change, that things aren't changing in our communities, so we have to ask the Australian people to help us, and that is what the Uluru Statement calls Australians to do. Our old people who had participated in 1967 were not at all intimidated by the constitutional record. They believe, as Pat said, very strongly in the goodwill of the Australian people to walk with us, and that's what the Uluru Statement asks for. It asks Australians to walk with us in a movement of the Australian people for a better future.
Thank you, Professor. I appreciate your brevity. The member for Calare.
Thank you, Chair. My question really, in a way, follows on from the Senator's last question. And it's this: the road to reconciliation in our country has been undeniably
long and difficult. How important is this proposed voice and referendum to reconciliation in Australia? And if constitutional recognition was to be only symbolic, as some have suggested, what impact would that have on reconciliation in Australia?
Megan.
Sorry, I can't see, Pat, so I thought you were going to answer it. I think it's a really excellent question, because I think what we heard in the dialogues, I was quite surprised. I mean, of course, I know people say this disparagingly. I am an academic, I am a professor of law, and when I went into the dialogues, a lot of our old people had said that the word reconciliation was the wrong word. They said that reconciliation assumed that there was a friendship prior, and that actually there needed to be another word before we can move to that path.
Yeah.
And they said, we have never met. That's what they kept saying around the country. We have never met. And that's why the back end of the Uluru Statement is about a call for Australians to meet with us at the Rock, accept our invitation and to walk with us. And so, so I think one of the, apart from the language of reconciliation, one of the skewed pathways of reconciliation is that it has decoupled what we call justice and rights from reconciliation, which is meant to be about truth and justice. And I think what the Uluru Statement has done is brought the kind of justice element back. When I say justice, I mean all societies, when there have been wrongs that have been done, will ask those populations, what does repair look like? And that was a big part of the Uluru Statement, was asking our people or our communities or the representatives in those dialogues, what does repair look like to you? And their response was voice treaty truth, but a constitutional voice to the Parliament, so we are able to participate better in the democratic decision-making that affects our lives. And I think that's a really important thing, because I think one of the critiques of Australia's reconciliation process around the world is that it's the only process in the world that only asks for private action. It doesn't actually ask anything of the state. And so the state cannot be in that space because the state is so critical to the thriving of our communities and the recognition of our communities. And so that's the important job, I think, that the men and women of the dialogues have done. They've brought that element back to the table, back to reconciliation. And so I can't express or emphasise or overemphasise just how important and critical this referendum is to the continuation of reconciliation in this country. I hope that's a satisfactory kind of response.
Yes, thank you very much for not only your evidence but all of your work throughout this process over a long period of time. Thank you.
Thanks. Senator Bragg, you said you had one very short final question.
Thanks very much. Can I thank you for your work? I wondered if I could ask you a question also about the referendum working group. Is that in scope for this part of the session? Okay, well, I'll try.
Well, you might need to ask the question.
I'll try, and we'll see what we get to.
Relevant to the inquiry that we're holding. So
there's been a lot of discussion about this issue of the executive and representations to the executive. And there's been some coverage suggesting that the Solicitor General potentially suggested to the group that an additional set of words could be added on the second limb, which was that the legal effect of representations be added. And that's also sort of been alluded to in Professor Toomey's submission. I was just wondering whether you can shed any light on that particular issue, because it has been the subject of a lot of the public debate about this particular issue, and if addressed properly could potentially unlock more support for this particular amendment.
Senator Bragg, I haven't really spoken to the Minister or the Attorney General as to whether we can talk about, you know, the machinations of the referendum working group. What I can say is that, what I think I can say is that the Solicitor General signed off on the amendment that is in the bill. The referendum working group had many conversations with the Attorney General and also with the Solicitor General. In my view, and I know the Prime Minister has said he will release that advice, but in my view, it's like people are waiting for some sort of gotcha moment, but actually we were a referendum working group that was working with constitutional lawyers, not just the constitutional expert group, which I was a member of, but many others, including the Law Council of Australia and the Australian Association of Constitutional Law, and they have all endorsed the provision that is in the bill. That's my answer.
Okay. Well,
Thank you.
Can you take it on notice?
She's given you an answer.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and I'm conscious of time. Thank you for coming today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, we would if you could please forward that to the Secretariat by Friday the 21st of April. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors, and please do take that opportunity once you have it. Thank you very much for giving evidence. I'd now like to call our next witnesses, Professor Tom Calmer and Professor Marcia Langton. Both witnesses are joining us by video conference today. For the Hansard record, though, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name is Marcia Lynn Langton, and I'm appearing in my personal capacity.
Thank you. Professor Calmer? Oh, I'm sorry, you're on mute, Tom.
Rookie error. Apologies for that. Tom Calmer, and I'm here as personal, but also as a member of the co-design group.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I now invite you, if you have a very brief opening statement before we proceed. You are also able to table any opening statements if you aren't able to read them all out for us. Would either of you like to make a brief opening statement?
No, I don't.
Well, I will say I was with Tom, a member of the senior advisory group of the Indigenous Voice co-design project, but that ended, so I don't have any authority, in that role anymore. Just to clarify that point.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm now going to hand to the Deputy Chair, to Senator Little, to kick off questions. Thank you.
And I'd too like to acknowledge the Ngunnawal traditional owners and witnesses, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander witnesses that have made representation today, and particularly the work of the witnesses that we have in front of us now. Professor Langton, can I ask you a question first? In 2021, you published your Voice co-design process report, and in that report you said all elements of the Voice would be non-justicable, meaning that there could not be a court challenge. Non-justicability is an essential feature of the overall design. That was on page 18 and page 167. Why do you think in 2021 that non-justicability was an essential feature of the Voice's design?
Our group of people involved in designing the Voice numbered 52 in all, and included some lawyers, and so, for instance, Father Frank Brennan, Fred Chaney, and there were a few others. Most people were not lawyers, and I think they are some of the members of especially the National Voice Co-Design Group argued very persuasively that that should be the case. That's not to say that everybody was in agreement, and that was a recommendation to, I think, make the entire proposition less contentious. I don't agree with it, but you know, as the chair, I was, duty bound to acknowledge the responses that we received when the drafts of each point were circulated amongst the group. And so only a few people responded in each case. So I can't even say that it was a majority view. But of those people who did participate the most and argue the point the most, I think, I could say that a minority of people held that view, and we did. I would say from memory that we didn't receive enough responses to the contrary to put another view. But personally, it's not my view.
Right. Can I just switch and then come back to you? Is that your view also, Professor Kalma?
I think the intent was that it would be advice only, and that it would be advice to the Parliament, and the discussions that we'd have with the executive government would be just providing advice. And so it wasn't legal advice, it wasn't technical advice, but it was advice on how to address issues that might be presented by way of a bill prior to it being tabled, but also working with the bureaucracy and government of the day on providing advice in the way that they might be able to do their work better, and that's being able to provide that advice, being informed by the community and the way that the community believed that they could get better successes than that were currently being achieved.
Thank you. So you're both aware, probably flick back to Professor Langton, that many legal experts, including members of the government's constitutional expert group, agree that there could be justicable issues arising from the proposed amendment. Would you support an amendment to the proposed wording that gives effect to that view that was in the 2021 report?
I think the key thing that we must remember is that all Australians are able to exercise their rights through the rule of law, and as distinct from what might come out of any challenges on constitutional issues. So irrespective of what's written into the constitutional wording, the rule of law still predominates, and any individual can challenge any question or any advice.
Professor Langton?
I agree with the question as it's put in the constitutional alteration bill, and I would not support a change.
From earlier witnesses, we heard about the importance of issues around health, housing, and you've been working in these areas for so very long that we don't have to confirm that. In the statement from the Heart, it talks about also truth-telling, treaty. Do you think that the word matters will mean that whatever the makeup of the voice, that people could jump directly to those issues of truth-telling and treaty rather than being able to deliver on advice that's relevant to people right now? What do you think will stop that, given the word matters in this amendment?
There's nothing to stop anybody from proposing that the Makarrata Treaty Commission proposal be established. I personally hope that it is established. The Voice could certainly recommend that it be established sooner rather than later. The Voice could indeed recommend a truth-telling process such as the one that exists here in Victoria, the Uruk Truth and Justice Commission. There's nothing to stop anybody, well, there's nothing to stop the Voice from doing that as it's presently envisaged. And I don't understand why one would want to prevent the Voice from giving that advice.
Okay. Yeah, and I wasn't party to the Uluru Dialogues, but what I can say is that through all the consultations that we did across the nation, and we had over 115 different consultation meetings, the overwhelming interest from the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander population was not on treaty per se or truth-telling, and they were of interest, but it was about how do we make a difference in our communities? How do we have a say? And that's what predominated, the direction that our report took, and why that's the first cab off the rank, when it comes to the three elements of the Uluru Statement. And we just need to do something, sooner than later. When we look at treaty, we're talking generations, and generations. Truth-telling will be a little bit more forthcoming, but there are already fair amounts of work happening since the National Apology in 2008 and the work that Reconciliation Australia is doing and in other jurisdictions and other bodies to address truth-telling. But that should be formalised. But the Voice is the number one priority for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people and for the majority of people that provided contributions, and that's over 9,400 contributions to the co-design report.
Thank you.
This is your last question,
Yes, it is.
Senator.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The final report of the Referendum Council included some guiding principles, and one of them was that any reform proposal does not diminish Aboriginal sovereignty or Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander sovereignty. Does the proposal for the Voice advance Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander sovereignty? And if people vote for the Voice as currently drafted, are they voting for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander sovereignty?
No, sovereignty is a separate question altogether. No Voice proposal has any impact whatsoever on this idea of Aboriginal sovereignty. There's no impact whatsoever, one way or the other.
Yes. No. So true. And Professor Davis mentioned Article 46 in the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which also talks about the sovereignty of the state, meaning the Australian Parliament in Australia is still preserved, as it is with every nation state, with the application of the Declaration. And in our case, as Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, we have sovereignty, but only over our own tribal nations. Collectively, we don't have sovereignty over Australia because we don't collectively come together, and that's a totally different issue. So sovereignty of the state is still preserved, and our own individual sovereignty for our lands and our cultural beliefs is still maintained. It's never been ceded, and so we still have it. So this Voice will not have an impact on individual sovereignty.
Thank you.
May I have permission to provide further detail on a previous question?
Yes, if you like.
So the Senator asked me about whether the Voice would give advice on, I think she said, treaties. So the idea in the Uluru Statement from the Heart that there be a Makarrata Treaty Commission the will at some point in the near future become quite a pressing issue, because there are, by my count, 4 treaty processes in Australia already. So I accept the view of Williams and Hobbs on the Noongar settlement, that it is a modern treaty and the first in Australia. There's also the treaty process in the Northern Territory. There's one in Queensland and one in Victoria. Both the treaty processes in Queensland and Victoria are legislated. And I was speaking to one of my colleagues about the treaty process in Queensland recently, and indeed the idea of local or regional treaties with particular peoples is envisaged in Queensland, and it's tremendously important that the standard of treaties be established by a treaty commission so that they don't fall below the line of, say, human rights standards or even civil rights standards as people go about negotiating their treaties or devising their treaties. So I just want to add that to the record. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to hand the call now to the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Professors Langton and Karma, not just for the work you've done for this inquiry, but for the decades and decades of work so that our nation might have a sensible discussion on what a just relationship with First Nations peoples looks like. I'd like to go to make sure my memory is correct here, that the co-design groups were in fact precluded in the terms of reference from considering constitutional enshrinement or a referendum. Firstly, my memory serves me correct. Is that right?
Yes,
yep.
correct.
So, and yet despite all of those constraints, your report highlights that throughout the consultation engagement phase there was very strong support for enshrinement of the institution of an Indigenous voice in the Constitution. So I'm wondering, and I'm thinking particularly there of your recommendation 6 there, but why did you and the people that you consulted feel so strongly that enshrining a voice in the Constitution was so important? That's the first part of that question. And then why is an enduring voice preferred above a legislative one? What would be, what are the profound differences there?
Do you want me to go ahead?
Yeah, you go first, Marcel.
Okay. So we received written submissions, and I can't remember the exact number, but about 300 submissions raised this issue and recommended that there be a constitutional enshrinement of the voice. Also, it came up in our face-to-face consultations at the meetings that Tom mentioned. There were over 110 meetings across the country. It came up repeatedly at those meetings. And also in the webinars and smaller online meetings that we held. So my overwhelming impression from the meetings with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, not that non-Indigenous people were excluded from those meetings, but we went to meetings where there were very large numbers of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who'd come a very long way to speak to us. So I remember the meeting in Townsville and in Cairns, in parts of Cape York, very large meetings. And there was I want to say this, there's an enormous level of cynicism and pessimism in our communities because of the failure of governments, plural, to address the urgent problems. And Tom mentioned before that housing came up repeatedly. It certainly did, as did the incarceration rates of not just adults but youth, the removal of children from communities. And in general, everywhere that I went, people said to me that nobody in government speaks to them. And they fly in, they say something to, government bureaucrats say something to them, or politicians say something to them, and then they fly out and then they never hear anything again. They express great frustration at their present relationships with governments. Not being able to get anything done, not knowing if they were heard, not knowing if their request is, in any way formally acknowledged. And the cynicism and sense of alienation is very, very high. And I want to say this, I overwhelmingly got the impression that all governments of Australia need to rebuild their trust with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. There's a complete lack of trust in governments to do anything right. And, also I think such a high turnover of government bureaucrats. It was mentioned throughout the consultations, and nothing good can come of that. So a new bureaucrat comes in, they only last for about 2 years on average. A new bureaucrat comes into a region and people said to us, we have to start all over again. And so again and again and again, they're raising urgent issues like housing or clinic issues, asbestos in buildings, and so on. And also they said, they did mention, look, the older people especially, because they remember the days when they had ATSEC, and they all said, we had a regional council, it worked very well, we had a very good relationship with government back then, and now we have no relationship. And what's the point of having a voice if they don't listen? That was said over and over again. And most people said, here we are going through all of this over again. We've done this so many times in our lifetimes. And this time they have to get it right because we're sick of saying this. So I got the distinct impression everywhere I went that people want the voice to be enduring, and they believe that the proposal for a constitutional enshrinement of the voice is the right way to go about giving Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people a say in matters that affect them. There's obviously huge support for the Uluru Statement from the Heart. But, we went into communities where the situation is so dire that the feeling that people have that governments have failed them is evident. The evidence is right in front of one's eyes. So I think there's a feeling of desperation in the communities. Will anybody ever listen to us about the housing situation, the sewerage? I went to one community to do a consultation, and our meeting was next door to the Magistrates Court. It was a rural circuit. There were more people lined up with their kids outside the Magistrates Court than in our meeting to talk about the voice, because they had to be there to, so that they didn't miss their court appearance.
Yeah. If I could add just a couple of things. One is that we weren't precluded from considering enshrinement, but recommendation 2 of the Joint Parliamentary Committee was that the government would then consider how a voice may be enacted, and so the options were left with government to make that decision, and not the Parliament but the government, which was a contentious issue for some. But the other key reason why enshrinement was so important is that many people reflected back on ATSIC and the way that the Parliament were able to close down ATSIC. But then in 2008 and 9, I led a couple of processes to establish another body called the National Congress of Australia's First Peoples. And what was important about that is that, again, it's one of these issues that we continually face in Indigenous affairs. It was established under Labor. Some seed funding was given, change of party in the election, and the incoming government decides that they weren't going to fund it. And so that body, which was a collective that was well supported by over 8,000 members from across the nation, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, and I should point out that the 8,000 members, whilst the coalition indicated that it wasn't representative of the Aboriginal population, it represented about 2% of the Aboriginal population, and yet the major parties, both the coalition and Labor, their 65,000 members only represented 0.2% of the population, and so in real terms we were representative, but we're at the behest of the government of the day, and why this one is so important is that it's constitutionally enshrined, which will give some protection, but it is a voice to the Parliament, and so if the government of the day doesn't want to play ball, it'll be up to the other politicians to hold them to account, and that's why the advice that the voice will be providing is to the Parliament, and then separately we will work with the executive government.
That's your last question.
Thank you, and I'll try and get one more question in before my time expires. It really goes to the design principles for the voice that were released by the working group and agreed to by the government. Around that, members of the voice will be chosen based on the wishes of local communities. Why is it so important that local communities choose members of the voice, in your opinion, and how would that enable their views to be reflected through a integrated national and responsive national voice?
Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, what was very important, and this is the two-tier structure that we proposed in the report, was the local and regional and the national body. And it's the local and regional who would determine, and we're talking potentially 35 or so regions of Australia. So each jurisdiction would be separated into regions, but that jurisdiction would nominate 2 people. And so how those 2 people from a jurisdiction to be determined would be at the behest of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community. So they might choose to nominate 2 people or go through a process, or they might choose to run an election process to identify the 2 people. But we use the example very clearly of the Australian Capital Territory, where they already have an elected body, and so they might determine that elected body will just nominate 2 people. Other jurisdictions might say, look, we can't agree, so let's go to an election process. But they would then propagate the national body, the 2 representatives, plus we talked about to make sure that remote Australia was represented. We had an additional 5 people. The Torres Strait on the islands had 2 people, but the significant Torres Strait Islander population on the mainland would have another person. So that's how we get to the 24 members. It's 22 or 24 because there were two positions that were discretionary that the voice and the minister would elect if there was any gap that we perceived, and that gap might be because there wasn't adequate maybe law representatives, Aboriginal law representatives on the committee. So, but once the jurisdictions had nominated who was at the national level, the national voice would not be representing the interest of that jurisdiction, but they would be looking at national issues. And because this is the Australian Constitution. It is the Australian Parliament that we're talking about, Commonwealth legislation. And so that's what they would be involved with, and the Commonwealth departments. And, you know, in the report we refer that about 20% of the effort in Indigenous affairs comes from the Commonwealth, but the other 80% comes from the states and territories in their funding. And that's why it's imperative that we do have this structure at the local and regional to be able to address those issues versus the Commonwealth component, which is the National Parliament.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we're just conscious we are due to go to a break, particularly for broadcasting purposes. The member for Blair, Shane, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, but about 10 or 15 minutes ago, I think, before you started, Professor Langdon started talking about issues in relation to housing, etc. I was hoping one of my colleagues would ask the question, Labor colleagues, or one of the Liberals would ask you questions about the importance of the voice being to both Parliament and the Executive. Can you explain why it's important to both?
I'll kick off. What's important is once we talk about the Parliament, it's about the bills being tabled, and hopefully before as soon as the tabling officers advise that legislation or a bill may be tabled, that's when dialogue might start with the voice, so we can get in before the actual tabling takes place. And over time, I suspect that this advice would take place with the executive government, the bureaucrats, in the formation of some of that legislation, and that's the important component. But that's only to do with the bill, and once it gets into the parliamentary process. Prior to that, we have many programs that the executive government are delegated to be able to implement themselves that don't require parliamentary intervention. And so that's why it's important to be able to work with the executive government and the bureaucrats particularly on how to implement a lot of their programs. One of the important ones that we touched on it briefly, but I recall very clearly when we went up to the Torres Strait on Thursday Island, they talked about 76 different agencies coming into the community and asking them questions about what they'd like to see done. And housing was the big one, where the three tiers of government got involved in housing, and yet there's still the crisis in housing because the governments couldn't get their acts together, but we also found that even within one government department, they had multiple areas of that one department coming into communities, and there was a lack of coordination. And so that's the sort of localised inputs that I think the voice would have a really important role to play in assisting government. We're all after the same outcome, and that is better servicing, better equity for Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander people. And so that's the importance of what we're doing, and that's the differentiation between the executive government and what the Parliament's responsibility is.
So bill, policy and program that relates to Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander people. Is that a summary?
Very specific, yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
But also, could I add, this goes to efficiency and outcomes. If you look at and you see it when you go to do consultations in communities, and I know that you have in one of your previous roles. The fly-in, fly-out bureaucracy probably spends more money on airfares and their time than ever lands in one of the communities that they're consulting. And what's the guarantee that they ever hear what Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people have to say to them? You have no way of knowing. So you have no system of transparency and accountability, and there's no monitoring and evaluation of outcomes for the money spent. Very little of the money hits the ground.
Yes.
So we know that. And if you have local Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people formally authorised in under the legislation that would follow a successful referendum to have a say in determining their futures, they will, and they have to do it formally as a regional body, as a regional voice arrangement. They will make very clear in, you know, what their priorities are. And why then would you need to spend money on bureaucrats flying in and flying out and asking them and wasting all of this money and time, and in fact, you know, very rarely getting a result. So there is a productivity factor that, you know, we thought about, and it became very evident in the consultations that this is what people want, because it's so embarrassing to go to a community and take up yet more of their time, especially from, you know, councillors and mayors and elders, people who are running service organisations. We're taking so much of their time, asking them questions that they've been asked 1,000 times before, and you know, this is so inefficient. It's utterly inefficient, and most of the bureaucrats are non-Indigenous.
Yes,
and they don't understand. They don't understand the issues. Yeah. They don't understand who they're talking to. They don't understand the history of these communities.
Yes, and one of the major gripes following on from that is that every time, you know, a bureaucrat flies in, or a house is built for a bureaucrat, or the vehicles, that's all pooled together as Indigenous expenditure, and so the real money doesn't hit the ground for Indigenous projects, and yet, you know, you see bandied around all the time, you know, X amount of billions of dollars are spent on Indigenous affairs. Well, let's get real on some of this stuff and work out how much is actually going into the projects, and that's what I think that you know, the Voice can provide, that level of guidance to the Parliament and also to the bureaucracy on how to make much more efficient and effective delivery of services.
Thanks,
Thanks. Senator Cox, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Can I acknowledge firstly the work of both Professor Langton and Kalma over many, many years, and your work also in the co-design group for the referendum working group for the Voice to Parliament. My question is very, very brief but very simple, and it goes to the heart of what you were just talking about. You know, the evidence we heard from Aunty Pat Anderson and Professor Megan Davis was we are now in 8 different processes after this 11 so reports and 12 years of work just specifically on this issue. In your opinion, does the draft wording capture both some of the dialogues, and you know, I don't want to breach any confidentiality of the working group, but and the essence of your report and the work that you've done over those extensive amount of years in the different capacities that you've had?
I'm satisfied that the question, as it's worded in the Constitution Alteration Bill, captures the principle that most Indigenous people want, that is, they want to be recognised as the First Peoples, and the Voice proposition, as most of those Aboriginal people and Torres Strait Islander people that we saw understand it, agree that it should be constitutionally enshrined so that it's an enduring body and gives them a say in matters that affect them. So I'm satisfied with it.
Yes, I agree totally. And I think one of the, just in relation to your question, what we overlook is the co-design interim report, because a reader that will, we cited all of the previous bodies and what their roles were, why they failed or why they were closed down, sometimes prematurely, you know, which is an important read to understand that this is not something that's just, you know, manifested today. or in recent times. This is a long, long history. And yes, many of us have been working on it for many years. But within the working group, it was very considered. And the thing is that as Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, we don't always agree on everything together, but we will go through a dialogue and come to a conclusion that we'll support. And we do it in the interest of all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, not our own interests. And I think that's the role of what the working group was and the engagement group.
Great, thank you. And similar to Professor Davis and Auntie Pat Anderson, if you could tell the Australian public just in very short words, in 30 seconds or so, why this referendum is so important and what First Nations or First Peoples of this country are asking them to do in this process. Could you give us a couple of words just to finish that off?
Marcia?
So the question in the that will be put to Australians in the referendum asks a yes or no answer on whether or not Australians agree that we, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples of Australia, are the first peoples. Well, that's a fact. Our ancestors have been here for thousands of years. The evidence shows at least 50,000 years, possibly even 65,000 years or more. And so I think recognising the plain fact of the first peoples of Australia will, if the referendum is successful, create a sense of honour for Australians that will that goes to unburdening themselves from the past. Australia's existed since 1901, but prior to that, the states were British colonies, and the history of Australia has had terrible results for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, both in the colonial times and after 1901. And most Australians are becoming more aware of this, and I think do not want to pass on to their children the terrible feeling of boasting about a nation that's basically built on removing the Indigenous people and disempowering them. So voting for our recognition overcomes that with a simple yes vote. In relation to the recognising Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples as the first peoples through the voice, I think most people will agree that because we're only 3% of the population, and the reason for that is historical, what happened in our history at the hands of colonialists, we deserve better than what we have at the moment. The worst outcomes in terms of living standards, education, and terrible rates of racial discrimination, which is not often mentioned. So I think that most Australians will agree that we deserve better than this, and who better than to work towards improving our situation than us ourselves. If we don't have a say, the situation won't get better. It's just logic. But if we are involved in decisions that affect us, we will have a better outcome. And I think most Australians want a better outcome for us.
Thanks.
Yep. Okay. In 2000, the year 2000, 1 million people walked across bridges in Australia in the name of reconciliation. The population was getting to understand Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. In 2008, we had the national apology to the stolen generations. Kevin Rudd at the time and subsequent Prime Ministers and other ministers have said that we cannot keep on doing things for and to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. We need to do it with them. We've had successive attempts, but no real tangible outcomes. This process is the opportunity to now work with and partner with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people to be able to achieve reconciliation, to be able to achieve equality, to be able to achieve efficiencies, effectiveness that are not only going to benefit Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, but the whole population. We can hold our head high globally that we are working with our First Peoples. We as a government are working and hearing our First Peoples. We originally opposed the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in 2007. Australia was one of the four states of the world who opposed it. In 2009, we then accepted it. And so in accepting the declaration, that's just part of a journey. So we're at really the position where we need to move forward, and we need to make sure we entrench and recognise in our constitution Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, and create the opportunity to meaningfully partner with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people for the future. That's what Australia's calling for, and that's what Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people are calling for.
Great, thank you. I'll just hand the call to Senator Bragg, and then I think we have one final question over here. Yep.
Thanks very much. And thanks very much for all of your work, particularly in relation to the co-design reports. I just want to pick up briefly on Senator Little's point before about justiciability and how that might be an issue in the future. I mean, the issue, as far as I can see, was first addressed in the Referendum Council report, where it said that their voice would not be justiciable. And then the Joint Select Committee on Constitutional Recognition also made the same point. So then when your co-design report was released, and it made it clear that it would not be justiciable. I'm having trouble with that word there, so you note the
justiciable.
You note the hesitation in before I make the word. Still recovering from a childhood lisp, no doubt. But I just think it's just important for the record, because people will look at your extensive reports, and they're very good reports, and also what you say about the reports now. So I just wanted to tidy up what exactly your view was on that matter.
I think from what we gathered and what we discussed during the co-design process is the intent that they wouldn't be challengeable, through any judicial process, be it a local court or the High Court. But in saying that, we have the right, if we've got a reason to, as individuals, to take a challenge to a court system. And whilst the intent may be not to do it, somebody else might want to progress a court appeal. But the High Court, doesn't necessarily address every issue that people wish might go there. There are all these processes to go through. And we've been buoyed during the time of the co-design report, as well as through the working group, to know that enough constitutional lawyers have indicated that this is not an automatic mechanism to trigger this sort of action. And it's going to be advice, and advice only, with no other powers of veto or direction. And it'd be established very similar to, and we talk about this in the report, to the Bill Scrutiny Committee of Parliament and the Human Rights Committee. We would then have another committee called the Voice, so that any of the legislation gets presented to that group, or any bill.
I was, not prepared to argue with lawyers as a member of the senior advisory group, because it's not my area of expertise. And we were not given any expert advice on this question as members of the senior advisory group of the Voice co-design report. However, when I became a member of the referendum working group, and we were then advised by the Constitution working group, and you know, we were able to hear the opinion of the Constitution working group, the majority view was that there was no problem with justiciability. I got it right. Don't always. And you know, we've seen the opinion, say for instance, of Kenneth Haynes and others. In fact, the majority of others, that the issue is so minor as to not warrant attention, you know, I defer to them, and I was very relieved to hear, you know, expert advice on the matter, and I've taken them. I've taken the view laid out very clearly by the majority of the members of the Constitution Working Group, and I would add lots of other constitutional experts as well.
Thanks.
I just want to clarify.
I do have to hand the call over.
I just want to clarify the point.
Would you like to put that question on notice?
Well, I just want to clarify whether they stand by the report from 2021. That's all.
Your colleague asked a very similar question. Yep.
Well, you know, of course, you know, our names are on it. It doesn't mean to say that we as individuals agreed with all of the recommendations. We worked with a lot of people to develop that point of view, and times change. We were not advised by experts on the question of justiciability.
Sorry.
And I think the referendum working group and the Constitution working group have moved past that point.
Thank you. I'm sorry to have cut you off earlier, and thank you, Senator Bragg. We have one final question over here, and then we do need to go to a break. and our next witnesses do have flights to catch, so I just want to keep things moving. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you both for your evidence. I'll be very brief. There have been some suggestions that the proposed voice will slow down the workings of government to various degrees. But my question really isn't it just a question of the Parliament and government setting up some processes and procedures so that representations can be made and heard on matters relating to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples? That's essentially it, isn't it? These processes need to be established so that the voice can have a voice. And
Yeah. Exactly right, and we recommended that there be a parliamentary committee similar to the Bill Scrutiny Committee, for instance, or the Human Rights Committee, and I understand that the Bill Scrutiny Committee sees all legislation and gives advice on it, you know, how does that in any way pose a threat to democracy and, you know, civilisation as we know it? That was our recommendation. And of course, yes, if it were established in legislation, there'd be, you know, safeguards in the legislation. But in any case, the proposition that, you know, advice from Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people will cause delays and threats is a very negative view of us. We're not allowed to use the R word anymore, but, you know, how is advice from me or Tom a threat to civilisation, a threat to democracy? It's a nonsense. Nothing that we've done has ever delayed government. In fact, the reverse is true. Not only have governments delayed progress in the lives of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, they've cut short our lives, the lives of our people. They've cut their lives short. Look at the mortality rates.
Well, that's right, you know, and you look, the report I did in 2005 that led to the closing the gap in health equality, we're still not closing it because we've had too much change within the political system, within the bureaucratic system to be able to see these outcomes through. This way, and particularly by having it enshrined in the Constitution, will mean that it cannot be just dismissed at the behest of of the government of the day. And you know, I think we will progress it. Since the co-design process has started, and even before that with the National Congress, there has been better relations within government departments, and co-design is starting to get a footing in some departments, but it's not across all of the Commonwealth. And that's the sort of issue that we believe will happen much more readily once the voice is fully established. There's a lot of goodwill around within bureaucracy and amongst many of the politicians, and particularly within the community. And, you know, we haven't talked about the level of support for this process by the corporate sector, which is very significant, and they're also significant contributors.
Thank you for that. I have to say, I also wondered whether once these procedures were established, it might actually force ministers and also departments to get legislation organised sooner. So there may be some positive spin-offs for the nation there as well.
Totally.
Okay.
And we know that if it works for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, it'll work for a lot of the other minority groups around the nation, low socioeconomic, you know, and we just look at the higher education accord that's going through at the moment with the targets, equity targets and so forth. And with, if you know, we continually say, if it works for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people and the very complex environment that we're in, it will work for the other groups in these equity target areas as well. So we're all better off.
Thank you very much, Professor Kalmer, and thank you, Professor Langton. We appreciate you joining us today. Thank you for coming. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday, the 21st of April 2022. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and you'll have an opportunity to correct any errors in that. The committee will now break for a short suspension of only 10 minutes, and we'll be back at 11:34 with our next witnesses.
Thank you very
Thank you. We'll recommence the hearing. I wanted to now welcome our next two witnesses, Thomas Mayer, SO, and welcome Mr. Kerry O'Brien. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee today?
Thomas Mayo, I'm National Indigenous Officer of the MUA. I was on the referendum working group and I'm appearing in my personal capacity.
Thank you. Mr. O'Brien.
I'm Kerry O'Brien and I'm here in an individual capacity with a background of more than 50 years observing Australian history as a journalist.
Thank you very much for joining us today. Do either of you have a brief opening statement that you'd like to make before we proceed to questions?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Yes, so I just wanted to talk about how I came to be involved, just to give some context to my statements as we go forward. I was active in the Darwin community around the various poor decisions that were being made and injustices towards my people, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, and so worked in the community to try to have our voices heard on the streets, as you do, to speak up and to try and get change. Throughout that, I realised the great ineffectiveness of our advocacy and the way that we just weren't listened to, and the way that any momentum towards change was able to be hindered or taken away. For example, in the absence of any structured representation, we have speakers about different matters and many different solutions to one problem, confusing our own people, confusing allies, people that are trying to get change as well. We could get good numbers to join us and to help amplify our voice, but these injustices are regular, these poor decisions are regular, you're always getting diminishing numbers turning out, and also inquiries and royal commissions at best will be held. They take months or years, and when the outcomes, the report with the recommendations are out there, often not implemented. And then when you learn about how things are implemented, then when it's not with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in a proper and genuine way, then those implementations of policy are ineffective or they continue to fail. This problem had really led to me, just before the Uluru Statement was made and those dialogues commenced, I was looking for how we could do things better and trying to work out what was, what the issue was here about this voicelessness. The Uluru Dialogues, I was invited to the Uluru Dialogue in late 2016. I was to be one of the facilitators for the Darwin Dialogue, one of the 7 organisers that Professor Megan Davis and Auntie Pat Anderson spoke of. And I've got to say, as a person coming from the outside and not being involved in constitutional recognition, the debate or discussions before that, it was, to me, an absolutely brilliant process that was run by the Referendum Council and in particular those Indigenous leaders. And it was a very well-structured and well-informed process. And the formula that was spoken about in the earlier submission was extremely important to get a cross-section of experiences and perspectives in those dialogues to set the priorities for each of them. And I thought it was, I don't think it was mentioned earlier today, but I thought it was really important that one of the reasons that formula was made was that we had to ensure that it wasn't just the loudest of our people, and by then I was well practiced at being heard, but it wasn't just the loudest of our people that were dominating the conversation, the discussions and the debate, but the quieter advocates, the people that were doing the healing services and things like that on the ground, were able to participate in a way where they were genuinely heard within those dialogues as well. The delegates were elected from those dialogues to go to Uluru, and I had to pull out of being a facilitator because of some union commitments, which fortunately shifted, and I was able to attend the dialogue as a participant. But it was Uncle Jack R. Kit that nominated me, and I was elected to go to Uluru. And Uluru was, just like all of the dialogues, they were difficult discussions and debates to have. We're talking about the rule book of the nation, no less, the Constitution. And from all the different places and experiences that we'd come from, and our different views were no more homogenous than any other Australians, you know, that was a massive, not just it was a huge emotional investment from all of us. And we suspended our disbelief that this nation could listen to something that we proposed, and we went forward with good faith in that regard. The delegates synthesised the priorities from the dialogues and tried to bring it together in one common statement. And I'll finish on this because I just think it's really important that the consensus reached in the heart of the nation in 2017 was a political feat that should be celebrated in this country forever. I think it really gives deep legitimacy to the proposal for substantive constitutional recognition. And substantive constitutional recognition is something that's direly needed. I talked about the experience in advocacy. We genuinely are not being heard right now. When poor decisions are made about our people, even when they're proved to be failures or incredibly negligent, there is no accountability. There is not enough accountability on those things. And so the proposal for substantive recognition is really about giving us greater fairness. You know, it's more than symbolic, and that's absolutely vital. After the Uluru dialogues and the Uluru statement was made, I travelled the country with the statement for almost 2 years, taking it to many different communities. And it's the same thing when you go back to our communities and you talk to the people that weren't involved in that process. It makes sense that this is the step that we need to take. And it goes to the history of our advocacy that throughout, and the lessons that go into the Uluru Statement from the Heart, that there are many other statements and petitions that precede it, and all of them call for a voice in different iterations, and all of them were dismissed and ignored, which is why the Uluru Statement was addressed to the Australian people. Also that we've established representative bodies, and we've heard the previous submissions, and every time we've established those representative bodies, a successive government, a different government has come along and silenced it. And so this also contributes to our voicelessness and the great need to have the courage to take this to the Australian people and enshrine this in the Constitution. Legislation alone, that tells us, it sets us up to fail. If we were to only legislate a representative body, we know from the history of our struggle that a government will come along and silence it, and as the frustration that you heard before, we'll be back to square one again. I want to also address other processes that have supported this and give it even more legitimacy. The Joint Select Committee in 2018, wide consultations, not just with the Australian people, but with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, again supporting that we must have the courage to enshrine the voice in the Constitution. And the Langton-Kalmer report, again, the same thing, very much so supporting that we take this step as a nation. I think it's important to also address that this voice should be to the executive as well. It must be to the executive because that is where vital decisions are made in the communities. And I note there is, national discussion about the importance of local and regional voices. And local and regional voices need to be able to speak to the executive, to those layers of decision-making to ensure that on the ground the best decisions are being made and that the programs are the best possible programs.
Just a couple more minutes.
Yep, okay, I'm almost there. And on representations on the matter of representations and who we may make representations to, and on what matters we can make representations about. I think it's a matter of logic and common sense as well as the legal. And I really do take notice of the majority of eminent constitutional experts that have said that this is something that we shouldn't be concerned about. It's not something that is going to tie up government processes, and hinder or delay decision making. A representative body only has so much capacity to make representations on things, and a representative body where the representatives are held to account by their people is necessarily going to focus on those priorities that are undoubtedly going to be health, education, those programs, those types of things. And I think that's just the final point that I want to make.
Thank you very much. Mr. O'Brien, did you have an opening statement?
Yes, I was surprised to receive an invitation from the committee, I must say. It came out of the blue for me, but I quickly realised when I saw who my fellow witness was going to be that it must relate to the fact that we've co-authored a book as a voice handbook leading up to the referendum, which isn't out yet, but nonetheless. And I thought, to me, the thing that I might most be able to contribute to the sum of knowledge in this discussion is the perspective I have on history. Because as a journalist over 57 years, I've found myself sitting in the box seat as history has happened through those decades. I've reported on it, I've analysed it, I've interviewed people around it through programs on the ABC like This Day Tonight, Four Corners, Lateline and the 7:30 report. And you actually do inevitably spend an awful lot of time reflecting. And as time builds and the more history you observe, the more you understand about human nature and our incapacity to learn from the past. And it's sitting in front of us. I heard the echoes of it again listening to evidence this morning. And yet it is so fundamental to our progress as humanity that we must learn the lessons of the past, and this is an absolutely pivotal moment in which that applies so profoundly. I have seen, and I'll use the term voice as applying to all previous attempts at advisory bodies on behalf of Indigenous people to government. So I have seen those advisory bodies time after time. My first vote, my first exercise, democratic exercise as a young adult, was to vote in the 1966 election. That's how old I am. And so my second vote was the 1967 referendum. And I was so utterly ignorant of the Indigenous history of this country, like about 99% of my fellow white Australians, as we almost all were back in those days. And then as a young journalist, my education began to go ahead in leaps and bounds. I was in Alice Springs for a completely different story in 1970 and was utterly shocked by what I saw as the awful racism that was in front of my eyes. I went back in 1975 as a young reporter for Four Corners to cover the case of a young Indigenous woman named Paula Sweet, who had been brutally bashed to death, and 6 young Indigenous men, still boys, some of them, had gone to jail for months awaiting their trial for murder based on confessions, which, thanks to the efforts of a young white lawyer named Jeff Eames and a pastor named Jen Downing, who could actually speak Pitjantjatjara, and so was able to decipher those confessions and could see what a concoction they were. And it was on that basis that that case fell apart. But the bottom line about this is that there was a fundamental assumption that the guilty parties would be Indigenous, and in fact, the almost certain killer was a white person who got away disappeared off the face of the earth. Justice was never done for Paula Sweet. The story that I put to air resulted in the announcement of a Royal Commission by the Whitlam government into relations between police and Indigenous people in the Northern Territory. That was 5 weeks before the government was sacked. The Fraser government chose not to take up that Royal Commission. 12 years later, I was sitting in a committee room in Old Parliament House as Bob Hawke, rather reluctantly I thought, announced the Royal Commission into black deaths in custody based on substantially on another four-corner story into black deaths in Western Australia by David Marr. This is so much a part of the history of Indigenous relations, Indigenous issues and Indigenous injustice. And you look at that Royal Commission, which I then reported on. Jeff Eames was actually, that young lawyer, was counsel assisting that first Royal Commission on black deaths. Over the many years, I've reported on so many more deaths. I've reported on the failures of successive governments to take up seriously so many of those more than 300 recommendations. These are the stories that should be forcing all of us to look for a better way. Because to hear people say we should just keep doing what we've done but just do it better does not cut. It does not wash. It is a path to further failure. To me, the whole idea of the voice, as simple and as unambitious as it is in one sense, and as unthreatening as it is to anybody who's prepared to sit down and really think about it, is that it actually gives the chance for an advisory body to the Parliament and to the Executive to have a chance to mature and grow and evolve, just as the Parliament of Australia did. I imagine the first 10 years of the Parliament of Australia wouldn't bear too close a scrutiny either. And the other element that really gets under my skin and that we should be very mindful of, when I hear some Australian politicians and others implying, rather than necessarily saying it straight out, that somehow or other Indigenous people, if they're given responsibility, will abuse it. I think to the many instances that I've seen and reported on of abuses of power in our predominantly white parliaments around Australia over our history, of the occasions where I have seen institutionalised corruption as a result of an abuse of power. And I look at some of the more modern examples of abuses of power and of corruption and of pork barrelling and all of those things, and I wonder how anyone can possibly dare to try to take issue with Indigenous people that somehow or other they can't be trusted.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. We're going to start with Dr. Gordon Reid, who joins us on the teleconference and has questions.
Excellent. Thank you, Chair, and thank you both to Mr. Mayo and Mr. O'Brien for appearing before the committee today, and thank you for your opening statements. I've got a few questions here. I'll start with one for Mr. Mayo and then one for Mr. O'Brien. The first one for Mr. Mayo surrounds the differences between a constitutionally enshrined voice and a legislative voice. So what do you believe that an enduring voice would bring that a legislative one could not or cannot? And Mr. O'Brien, just based on some of your points there, what would you like to see Australians have in their mind when they go to vote in this referendum at the end of the year, when making their decision whether to vote yes or no?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Gordon Reid. Firstly, there's the matter of the guarantee, and I've already mentioned that every other voice we've established has been silenced throughout the history of our struggle. But there's also this that I'll add to that this is an act of the Australian people, a referendum, to accept the way that the to be recognised are seeking to be recognised, and that is through a voice. It's more than symbolism. It is the Australian people saying that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people should be heard through representatives that they choose, not who politicians choose, and that's a really important point. Not individuals that can put up their hand in their own, for their own purposes, but people that are actually accountable to their communities. That is really important. to be able to give advice in a transparent way. But the Australian people saying that that must exist and that it should be respected, and be saying that to all future parliaments. And that's what the constitutional enshrinement of this does. It's not a decision of a government that can be taken away by the whims of the next. It is also, I believe, it gives great weight to it because the Australian people really are saying to those future governments that I think I've already said it, but yeah, that this is an important thing to listen to and to act on.
So, your question to me, what would I like to see Australians have in mind? A proper sense of our history, a sense of those things that are good about our history and those things for us to be proud of, and those things through which I think we should rightfully feel some shame. Not guilt. Not guilt. Guilt is a wasted emotion. But to have an understanding of what it means to have a sense of shame and then understand why that applies. And I certainly feel it. My own ancestors, the story of my own ancestry, the English convicts who ended up blazing pioneering trails up through New South Wales from Sydney into Queensland over decades and building an enormously prosperous estate, if you like. And my Irish ancestors who came as refugees and also built lives. But I look at my life today and I realise that that was built on the work of those generations, but their chance in life came to them through their access to land that was stolen from Indigenous Australians. A lot of it was given by government, so it had that sense of legitimacy about it, but that land was stolen from its original owners, and on that theft, my prosperity and my future and my life, my privileged life, has been built. I would like people, as they consider this question, to have that very much in the forefront of their minds. I would like them to consider, when they look at the images coming out of Alice Springs today, not to think that this is some recent phenomenon that's suddenly blown up, but to actually see it as evidence of failure, of institutionalised failure, from generation to generation, from government to government. And when I hear people say, let's just do more of the same, only do it better, I say, for God's sake, wake up to yourselves. So the question to me, as we go into this vote, is to ask ourselves, how will we feel when we wake up the morning after the referendum and we see a yes result, or how we will feel when we wake up on that morning and we see a no result? And I'm not going to try and answer those questions for you, but they are big questions. They are big questions because we have it in our hands. Right now, we're a nation like any other that takes 2 steps forward and 1 step back and 1 step forward and 2 back, and sometimes we can never learn on some things. But we have an opportunity to make a statement to the world through this referendum, that we have things about our history for which we can be proud, and we can look others in the eye and say that there are fundamental values in our lives and in our nation that we are proud of. And that is missing to me. That is a hole at the centre of our existence as a nation, and this is a moment when we can fill it.
Thank you both for those answers, Chair. I've just got a few more questions, if I may.
You still have the call.
Mr. O'Brien. Oh, thank you, Chair. Mr. O'Brien, my next question, surrounds disinformation. You know, as a former prominent journalist in Australia, how worried are you about the role that disinformation may play in this referendum campaign, and how important is it for the media to safeguard and to guard against that disinformation or misinformation?
Well, I think the nature of disinformation in modern society, with what we all know about the capacities of social media, I think is a fundamental challenge, is a massive threat to our democracy. That's generally. In terms of this referendum campaign, it has unfortunately, inevitably descended into, or seems to have descended into a polarised debate, almost along political lines. And I remember back to Mabo, the Mabo decision, and then the attempt by the Keating government to make sense of the Mabo judgment through legislation and give it some sense of order. And I remember the scare stories about how people living in suburban Melbourne and Sydney and Perth and so on were going to lose their backyards if Mabo legislation was enacted. I hear stories now about, and I see similarities when I hear stories about how, which take the most extreme possible illustration of the voice as it's currently being envisaged as a gateway to open up a massive number of claims in the High Court, which will somehow bring executive government to a standstill and clog up the courts. And to me, it has a familiar ring. I mean, when I look, and this has been the pattern of my journalism through decades, I don't just look about the words and the information before me in trying to analyse what's right and what's wrong, what makes sense and what doesn't. I look to the motives of the people who are producing those words and that analysis, because I think that is a part of it. I think it helps to understand. Sometimes it doesn't matter where something comes from as long as what is on the page makes sense. But I think it helps us to look to the motive and understand what is motivating people. And so in one sense, I feel despair at seeing history repeated yet again, the sort of scare tactic and the disinformation. And I'm not saying that I'm not saying for a minute that all of, not so much the opposition to the voice, but the questions that are being asked that challenge the voice fit that category. I think that there are really legitimate questions to be asked and everyone has a right to ask them. But I do think that journalists in this country have an absolute responsibility on this story, not just as much as any other, because the issue is so important, I believe, to the nation. I think journalists have a responsibility to be so careful, to analyse, to understand, to go back and read the history. So often we can't really bring a proper understanding to the present without a proper understanding of the past. It's not rocket science. And for journalists in particular, I think there is an enormous responsibility in that regard.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Over to you, Mr. Mayo. I'm curious as to the involvement. I'm curious as to the involvement of the Torres Strait Islander peoples in the processes that led to the Uluru Statement from the Heart being issued to the Australian people. I was hoping that you could speak about this to the committee, if that's okay.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Gordon. I was at the Torres Strait dialogue as well on Thursday Island, and there was a strong contingent from the Torres Strait to the Uluru National Constitutional Convention, and I think, and then also recently, just last year, I went to the Torres Strait. I went to Musig Island in the Torres Strait, and one of my homelands, Kalkagold people. And they made the Musig Statement. And so the Torres Strait contingent at Uluru were very big supporters of what the Uluru Statement proposes. And then that was reinforced in the Musig Statement on Musig Island, I think it was August last year. The Torres Strait has a Torres Strait Regional Authority. It in itself is a voice that has come out of struggle from the 1936 maritime strike, when Torres Strait Islanders were basically working on luggers as paid in rations, basically, and they went on strike across the Torres Strait to get better conditions, and that's where a council was established from there. And so they understand very well the importance of a voice and that it can improve our lives and our communities when we have a direct voice to decision makers. So the Musig Statement and that experience really speaks strongly to the support in the Torres Strait for this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And a final question to both of you is that you've spoken with many Australians for several years about the voice, about the Uluru Statement from the Heart. Based on those conversations that you have had, do you think that there is a general sense of support for the voice and for the Uluru Statement from the Heart?
I was very conscious during my work over the last 6 years to not just preach to the converted. I've spoken to people from across the political spectrum, forums with the Business Council all the way through to unions and everything in between. And my experience is that when you explain this to people, when you explain the logic, when you explain the legal reason for this, and the history of the struggle that's behind it, almost all Australians in those discussions will say yes, that they support this because it's a sensible proposal, it's a modest proposal, yet it's powerful enough to genuinely make change in our communities, and I'm confident that most Australians want that. The only thing that can take that away is the tactics of confusion, the misinformation and disinformation. That is the only thing that will cause Australians to vote no to this, because on its merits, on the expert legal advice, on all of those things, this is something that is, again, agreeable and important to this country. And I don't think that if this goes down, it's a matter of the sentiment of the Australian people. I think it's a matter of political games being played with our lives once again. And I fear that this political gamemanship on this matter is going to continue and cause us to fail, because it's a big failure for all of us as Australians if we can't pass this modest proposal.
Thanks.
Madam Chair, can I just add one thing?
Yes, thank you. And then I'll hand the call over to Senator Little.
Yes. Just briefly, the issue about executive government, to me, is a no-brainer. I mean, again, over decades I have reported on the whole processes of government and parliament. I understand the separation between the two and where they come together. I know from my reporting of it where the vast bulk of policy that ends up going through the parliament and becoming law comes from. So much of it stems through ministerial offices, through their public servants, then through the cabinet. It just makes eminent sense to me that if you are seriously going to have a voice to Parliament, an Indigenous voice to Parliament, a voice that's making representations only, of course it should have access with those representations to the very beginning of the process. I think Tom Calmer said earlier that to suddenly invite Indigenous people, that advisory process in when it's already about 50% or more through, and where so many people have by that stage fixed their minds on what they see as the relevant policy, it's like giving the voice a kind of, a 10-metre start and a stall gift, a 10-metre penalty or a 20-metre penalty or a 40-metre penalty in a stall gift. I hope you all know what the stall gift is. It'd be un-Australian if you didn't.
We do, Mr O'Brien, thank you.
Victorians do. Come second to the Frankston gift.
You have the call.
Thank you.
This question is to you, Mr O'Brien. Given some of the comments that you've made about journalists having responsibility to be so careful and to analyse, and my question relates to some observations of yours of the reporting to date, and where you've seen perhaps a change in how the journalists are responding to those issues. And I ask this question in the context of, in speaking to journalists, as also a former journalist, I've talked to them about their level of discomfort at asking tough questions of people based on this issue. And they've said to me that there is a level of discomfort. Sometimes they fear that they're going to be, their questions will be responded to in a way that makes them feel very uncomfortable, or the knowledge that they have to ask the questions makes them uncomfortable. I'm interested in understanding from you, given the time frame that we're talking about, how do you actually get journalists to start asking the tough questions that are required of everyone in these discussions, and informing themselves about some of the historical context in which this debate exists, in a way that makes sure that they are still being impartial, because that is essentially the job that they have.
I agree with you on the impartiality, and it's also important to understand what that means. But to me, Senator, the core of this is about respect. It was always my endeavour when I ask questions, no matter who I ask them of, with some very, very rare exceptions, like a Murphy figure in America, for instance, not politicians. I've always endeavoured to bring respect to my questions to politicians. So I think that when you say ask the tough questions, I think a journalist's approach should be the same on any question. First, they have to establish to their own professional satisfaction that it is a valid question and that it has been properly researched and that it is based on fact. Having established those principles, then I think it should not be that hard for them to couch a question that is on the one hand respectful but nonetheless cuts to the core of the point. Now, whether some journalists are saying that they feel intimidated to ask quote unquote the tough questions, then I've got my own question mark about that, because I understand what it is to feel pressure. I understand what it is to walk the line in your journalism and stand up for the principles of your craft and face the judgment of the people that you are reporting to and the people you are reporting on. I think it's a matter of professionalism, and sometimes maybe it is a matter of fortitude, intestinal fortitude. But, you know, having asked the question, the tough question, you've also got to be able to live with it, and you've got to be able to justify it. And that goes back to the very first point. You need to be sure of your facts, you need to have thought it through carefully, and you need to approach it with a basis of respect.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's all the questions we have, and we are due to go to a break. So thank you very much for joining us today.
Can I just very, very quickly say something in conclusion, because I noticed all the other witnesses did, and this is like 30 seconds. The Voice has never had the chance. The voices of the past have never had the chance to build their own history. That is a real underpinning element of what is before us going up to this referendum. The Voice has never had that chance. Indigenous people have never been given that chance. That is the moment that we face.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Thank you. Thank you for coming today. So, Thomas Mayer, if you have been asked to provide any additional information, we would appreciate if you could forward that to the Secretariat by Friday, the 21st of April 2023. You'll be sent a copy of your transcript in case you want to make any corrections. And the committee will now suspend for a lunch break, and we'll return at 1 o'clock with our next witnesses.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh,
Thank
45
you.
minutes.
Very much. The public hearing will recommence and we'll invite our next witnesses to begin. I now welcome Professor Greg Craven via video conference and Ms Louise Clegg to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you both please mind stating your name and the capacity in which you appear today? We'll start with you, Mr Craven.
Greg Craven, Emeritus Professor, Australian Catholic University.
And Ms Clegg.
Louise Clegg, I'm a barrister.
Okay, thank you very much. Do either of you have a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion and questions?
I suppose the only thing I'd say is that I've always been in favour of the voice. I was one of the 4 people in the room when it was dreamt up. I still support the voice. I have some significant problems with the drafting, really around 3 issues. One is executive power, one is scope, and the other is the question of community and regional voices.
Okay.
In light of Greg's short opening, I probably should, as a little bit of background, say that I, as a public lawyer, was originally quite sceptical of the voice, and that's why I'm fairly critical of the model that is here. But I'd been following very closely for years because I'm very interested in reconciliation and recognition in the Constitution, and I came to a point when I read Murray Gleeson's speech in 2019 that I could see a way through it for a minimalist model, and so I've been advocating for something that is more modest and I believe more unifying, less political, if you like, which is a representative body located in section 5126 of the Races Clause. Now, I know the committee won't have much interest in that, things have moved on, but I thought it was important that I make that statement for the record because I still believe there is something that would be more unifying and more likely to succeed at a referendum, and that is the sort of the lens through which I see this and through which my criticisms of the current model stand. So I'm not against the voice. I just see something that should be smaller or more modest and tighter in terms of the entrenchment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll begin by handing the call to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms Clegg and Professor Craven. And I also noticed, Professor Toomey, you're in the audience. It might save some of the questions that come later. I'd like to focus in particular on the risk of the voice to the executive that you've raised, Professor Craven. I'll primarily direct my questions to you, but Ms Clegg, I'd be interested in your views at the end of it. I'd like to narrow the risk because we are short on time. We only have these 5 days and there's other areas and matters to go across. And can I thank Professor Toomey for your submission that's helped narrow the focus on how we assess that risk. And in looking at the risk, we have a few tasks. One is to assess it, that it exists. And then number 2, to hear your opinions about how we quantify that. And it seems to be there's varying opinions about whether it's low or higher. And then the third task may be that how do you fix it? How do you address it? So that's what I'd like to focus on. So if I could start with you, Professor Craven, I think it would be instructive if you could articulate the risks that you see in the voice to the executive, particularly in terms of the obligation to consult and delay.
Yes, I mean, you really begin with the history of the thing. The idea of the voice was to try and bring Conservatives on board to get a bipartisan referendum. The thing that absolutely activates Conservatives on constitutions, and our constitution, is the possibility of judicial review leading to judicial activism. The fundamental problem with the phrase executive government, in my view, and there are different views on this, is that it will allow the judicial intervention into that provision. So to take if you forget about a constitution and you just think of it as an ordinary matter of statutory interpretation, that something may make representations to something else, I think the logic of that is that you can't prevent them, you've got to give them enough time, you've got to facilitate that representation in the sense of giving notice. And you probably have to take account of it, which is not mean to agree with it, but it is at least to plug it in. And the result of that, I think, is at the very least, there's a very significant problem that judicial activity will delay, possibly very, very considerably, the taking of executive decisions. I note Mr Justice Haynes' view that delay is not a problem. I think delay is often a problem in government. If you've got a very important decision that you want to make, you need to make it within a time frame. And realistically, if you extend this out, you run the problem of, well, what happens if the voice takes a long time to make a representation or to formulate a representation? Now, I think there's significant difficulties. You referred to risk. My view is with constitutions, you don't take risks because they're going to be there pretty well forever and they're very important. So my view would be that you would eliminate that risk.
If I could tease the examples of that out, let's start with the definition of the executive. How do you define the executive, from cabinet down to public servants in the Department of Lighthouses? How do you define it and how big is it?
I think that's pretty easy. It's everyone. So realistically, it goes from cabinet down to the lighthouse keeper's bulb polisher. All of those things are part of the executive government. And therefore, when you simply use a compendious phrase like executive government, the assumption has to be it's everybody. So, for example, there's been obviously some controversy about Reserve Bank interest rates. On the face of it, a Reserve Bank interest rate is done obviously by the Reserve Bank, and the Reserve Bank is part of executive government. So you'd have to have a pretty sophisticated argument to say that it was not justiciable if the rest of these things are justiciable. I know the Prime Minister has said he doesn't want that to be justiciable. He doesn't want it to be subject to the voice. But again, you go back to the scope. The scope of the voice effectively allows it to make representations relating to Aboriginal people. So when you put the huge definition of executive government with the huge definition of scope, you really are in a position where the voice potentially may make almost any representation on almost any subject to almost any part of government.
And I'd like to refer to the explanatory memorandum, and there's the Minister's speech as well. And in any dispute about the ambit of power in section 129(2), would you agree that the High Court would adopt an interpretation that enabled the power to achieve its intended purpose? Would you agree with that?
Yes. So, I mean, I know there's some discussion about maybe the second reading speech or the explanatory memorandum can effectively confine executive government or scope here. And I know that, Professor Toomey, who I meet often walking between Mosman Bay and Crown Point, places great faith in explanatory memoranda and second reading speeches. I guess I'd say three things probably. One is the High Court's only going to look at that if the provision is ambiguous. And the High Court doesn't usually like saying a provision is ambiguous, and maybe these provisions are entirely unambiguous. The second thing, having looked at the second reading speech, I really don't see a lot that would confine the fundamental sense of the words there. And the third thing I'd say is, with constitutions, original intent or extrinsic says do not have a very happy history. So with the Constitution itself, we have 7,000 words of convention debate saying what the Founding Fathers meant. I know that because I read all 7,000 of them when I indexed them. And the truth is that until 1995, the High Court wouldn't even look at them. And still, I think, if I were to take a generalisation, the High Court looks at them for the purpose of confirming what they already want to say. So I don't have that same confidence.
Earlier you agreed, or you told us, that the executive is quite expansive and it's everyone. Given that, would you agree that there are potentially thousands of decisions made daily or weekly from the executive?
Yes, of course.
And would you agree that one of the purposes of the voice, which is in the explanatory memorandum, is to enable the voice to influence government decisions? And I'll put a proposition to you. That purpose would be defeated if the executive was free to make irreversible decisions without giving the voice a prior opportunity to make a representation and without giving the voice reasonable information about the issue so that a meaningful representation could be made. What do you say to that?
Well, that would be logical if you had regard to the normal principles of statutory interpretation. So, of course, it's like being consulted. If you're going to be consulted, you have to know what the proposition is. You have to be able to comment on the proposition. You have to have that comment considered. And yes, there would be an implication that you would have to have some capacity to do it, which would mean time. So on the face of it, I think these words, they're just not drafted well enough. They are too wide.
And we'll get to that. And can we put it this way, and you can agree or disagree with me, that if there is a right to make a representation, and that's what the words say, that right cannot exist if the voice doesn't know that there's a representation to be made about. Would you agree with that?
Yes, that normally would be the position. So I taught advanced administrative law, and if you had, the Mosman Council has to give someone the right to make a representation, but they don't know they're going to build a dog pound on your block, and they tell you with 1 day notice, you've got a problem.
And can we tease this out? So hypothetically, and there'll be different views about what a future High Court would do, if the words remain unchanged and a future High Court was of that view, could this scenario occur that in order to effect that right, the High Court says that there is an obligation on the executive to do 3 things. 1, provide prior notice of proposed decisions, provide information about those proposed decisions, and then to take representations from the voice. And no one is saying that's as a veto, or you have to agree with it, but just in terms of those 3 propositions, what do you say to those?
I think that's entirely possible. I mean, lawyers would call that procedural ultra vires. If you didn't follow a particular procedure, then someone could go to a court to effectively stop you. Now, yes, I think that's right. Now, you could argue that particular types of decision are non-justiciable, maybe things in relation to defence or the Governor-General, but on the face of the words, executive government is absolutely general, and the High Court normally gives words their full meaning. So, yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Craven. I would like to now go to the submissions by Professor Toomey and the papers by former Chief Justice French, because they have very helpfully addressed this issue, and we will hear from them later with a right of reply. So Professor Toomey and Robert French say that 129.2 does not contain an implied obligation to take the representations into account. And there's a few different reasons. I'd like to go to one that Toomey and French, excuse me for using surnames, agree, and then another that is just former Chief Justice French, or the other way around. So I'll start with the one that they both seem to make, which is that it would be impossible to apply that implication to all executive decision-making because it would be impractical. And what do you say to that argument?
Well, if that's right, then we shouldn't just say executive government. I mean, if we're going to carve out exceptions, then we should carve them out. And the problem is we're probably not going to be able to carve them out by later legislation, because later legislation is going to have to comply with the words of the section. And the section says executive government, so it means executive government. I just don't know by what process a High Court would do that, particularly because I think that would classically be judicial activism. So you have a High Court that's basically cutting and pasting, you can do this, you can do that, that bit doesn't count. I think not only is it probably unlikely the High Court would do that, but if it did, it would create the very problem that the Voice was designed to prevent, which was decision by judicial decree.
And again, Professors Toomey and former Chief Justice French will explain their submissions in their own words. But accepting that argument is sound and it has been well put, and no reason to deny it isn't, the High Court often hears conflicting arguments that are sound and well put, and that is why we often get many split decisions or unexpected decisions. Can I put two counters to the submissions put by Professor Toomey and get your opinion on them? An argument against that submission will be that the implied obligations on the executive would apply to justiciable and non-justiciable matters, and there is no barrier to accepting the implication because the Constitution already contains express powers and restrictions that have been held to be non-justiciable, and an example is Section 53. So I'll go to a second argument, but what do you say to that as a counter? And Section 53 is the powers of the House in respect of legislation.
It's really a question of what you incorporate into the concept of executive government. Do you incorporate all sorts of, traditional restrictions and exemptions? My problem is that I think what executive government means is executive government. It's relatively clear on the face of it. And I mean, if I were the High Court, you think of the range of decisions that can affect Indigenous people, some of which are going to be decisions under prerogative, some of which are going to be high prerogative decisions regardless. Given the discussion around the voice and given the views of Indigenous leaders and all of those sorts of things, I think everything confirms that the intention behind it is that it will apply generally. And I think, again, if the court were to run around carving bits out by reference to common law notions of non-justiciability, again, you have an extraordinary level of judicial action. Take the sort of argument I've often used. Say you're going to deploy submarines off Darwin. Obviously, you can't do it off Alice Springs. So you're going to have submarines in close proximity to a place that has lots and lots of Indigenous people. So if an unnamed nation ever chooses to strike against those submarines, there will be a disproportionate number of Indigenous people killed. Why isn't that caught? And if the High Court starts carving it out, I would have thought that Indigenous people would say, who are you kidding? This is one of the most fundamental executive decisions that can ever happen. It's absolutely tied to us, and you're saying that you've carved it out by reference to something that isn't even in the section? I find that problematic, and I'd come back to what we were talking about at the start. With constitutions, you don't want risk because the risk is perennial and the risk is big. So if Anne and I are having this sort of argument, I have the greatest respect for Anne, and I'll claim she has the greatest respect for me, wouldn't
She's
it
smiling.
be better? She's smiling with affection. Wouldn't that be better off dealt with before we actually cement the words in the Constitution?
Well, can I put something to you? We heard very powerful evidence about the importance and the benefits of the voice to the executive. Do you agree that you can have a voice to the executive but have it legislated? So if there are unintended consequences, the Parliament can fix it.
You could do that. Yes, of course, the Commonwealth has power to do that. The problem would be, from the position of people like me, that the constitutional entrenchment and status of the voice is vital, if you like, to its payload. So the difficulty, and yes, you could do it, and people have said you should do it first and then go a constitution. But I think the debate really is about constitutional recognition. And to me, constitutional recognition is fundamentally important, simply because Indigenous people are fundamentally important themselves, and the test for putting something in the Constitution is that it's fundamentally important. So as I often say, if we've got lighthouses, beacons and buoys, surely we can put Indigenous people in.
And just to be clear on my question, I wasn't saying legislate the Parliament. I was voice to Parliament. I was saying the narrow part of legislating a voice to the executive. I was carving that out.
Yes, sorry. So yes, I think that's absolutely right. So what you could do that would avoid the problem of representations to executive government would be to confine the general right that's currently there at the moment and allow the Parliament to deal with what class of executive actions the voice could make representations on. So that would put the power to define the matter in the hands of the democratically elected Parliament. It would mean that Parliament could say these decisions but not that. We're not doing nuclear submarines, we're not having the Reserve Bank, we are going to have native title or whatever. Yes, that would make a lot of sense. And Attorney General Dreyfus, in fact, proposed that in the past.
And one follow-up, this is important, it's the final, this is at the heart of our task, so I would hope we can extend time on this. The explanatory memorandum says that in the final, second last paragraph, the constitutional amendment confers no power on the voice to prevent, delay or veto decisions. And then the final paragraph says, the amendment would not oblige the Parliament or the Executive Government to consult the voice, and then I'm paraphrasing, before making a decision or taking any other action. If that is the intent of the government and the minister, and there is a risk that that is now not reflected in the wording, do you see any reason why the wording cannot be amended to reflect that intent?
None. I don't think there's any legal reason. I think you have to be precise. So we should always remember Section 92, trade shall be absolutely free, which Sir George Reid says a little bit of layman's language that makes total sense of the Constitution. There have been more cases on Section 92 than any other section. So with constitutions, you are specific and you remove doubt.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr.
Peter Murphy.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Professor, for being here today to give your evidence. Before we go into some of the specifics about the proposed new sections of the Constitution, I just wanted to ask you this. You know, as you said, as a long-time supporter of enshrining an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voice in the Constitution, I think you said in answer to one of Mr. Woolahan's questions that is enshrinement in the Constitution is a fundamental and important element of the process we're going through. You have said publicly that if the proposal that is before this committee and the Parliament at the moment is the one that goes to the people, you will vote for it.
Yes.
Yeah. And that remains your position, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. And I am not putting words in your mouth here, but as I understand it, your position on that is because the voice is a moral imperative and there's an advanced morality of doing justice to our Indigenous brothers and citizens.
Yes, that's right. I would see the fundamental constitutional imperative here as lying in constitutional morality. Yeah. That when you're creating a constitution, you have to create one that morally reflects the true position of our country on fundamental things. So yes, I believe that.
Yeah. Thank you. And I mean, there has been some use of some of your statements about proposed Section 129 sort of in the political context. And if you wanted to comment on that, you're more than welcome to. But in the end, whatever evidence you give today and what you've said, Section 129 as it's drafted is what you would vote for.
I'd rather vote for Section 129 as amended by me, and that's where my comments have come through. They're not saying we shouldn't have a voice. It's saying if we make any sense of this, we should solve the problems that Mr. Woolahan's talking about. We should solve other problems. That's my job as a constitutional lawyer, particularly as a conservative constitutional lawyer, to try and test it. To be quite honest, I'm very irritated by the use of quite a lot of things I've said. And I became aware of them probably last week because I think every article I've ever written has ended with the words, but I will vote for the voice, and some reference to the fact that I support the voice. So, yes, there was a distinct level of irritation on my wife's part amounting to rage that these things were being put forward as representing my position on whether there should be a voice. They do not.
Yeah. I wanted to just talk a little bit or ask you some questions about the way Section 129 is actually, or proposed Section 129 is actually constructed. because of course there is subsection 2, which Mr Woolahan asked you questions about, which says Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Voice may make representations to the Parliament and Executive Government on matters relating to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. We might come back to what may means after I ask this question. But what wasn't put forward in the conversation we just had with Mr Woolahan is there's subparagraph 3 as well, which gives to the Parliament the power to make laws with respect to matters relating to the voice, including its composition, functions, powers and procedures. And you'd be aware that that section has gone through some discussion and some amendment.
Yep.
And that, in fact, some of the issues which you've been talking about, I suggest, which is how to make representations to the executive, when they might be made, how they get through, are exactly things that the Parliament can legislate for under that subparagraph 3, right?
If you're saying, is that in subparagraph 3,
well,
the answer is right. But if you're saying, does it mean, I think what you're suggesting, I think it's wrong.
So yeah, sorry. I'm suggesting that, as Chief Justice French has suggested in one of his recent articles, and I think Professor Toomey has made the same point in her submission, that the power that subsection 3 gives to the Parliament would extend to being able to, when legislating the voice, legislate how a representation may be made to the executive, for example, via a relevant minister or some other procedure, because specifically that provision allows the Parliament to make laws with respect to composition, function, powers and procedures of the voice.
I think the problem here is what exactly is covered by those terms, composition, powers, procedures and functions. Yes, I think that would give power to create a path for the voice to do things. It would give the power to put down procedures, all of those sort of things. And I think those powers are going to have to be thought through before the referendum is held, and there's going to have to be a lot of care. However, I think what we're talking about here is, as the amendments put forward by the Attorney-General identify, the legal effect of the representations of a voice. And I don't see a High Court deciding that the composition, powers, functions, etc. Is ever actually going to be wide enough to cover the legal effect, if that's the correct way of describing what we're talking about. I think the High Court, which is itself the high arbiter of all matters legal, would say unless there was an express provision that allowed you to do that, then it would not extend so far. Now, you are right. There are a lot of things you could do about procedures and paths and all the rest of it. But if the truth was there's a matter of law under the Constitution, for example, that the voice was allowed to make representations on something, then it would follow that those fundamental requirements, if you like, of administrative and statutory law, the ones you can't get around, like sufficient time, and time to be told, sufficient time to make representation. Okay, you might be able to deal with that to some degree, but I don't think you're going to be able to say absolutely not, no representation, absolutely no, a representation has no legal effect. At the very least, what I would say to you is there's doubt. And I'm not here to tell your own job, but your job is to come up with a very good section and a draft which is not open to doubt. And the fact that we're talking about, and the fact that Toomey is talking about, or French is talking about, we've actually got a division of opinion. You shouldn't have that on a constitution before it even starts.
Yeah, I think that we have a history of division of opinion on constitutional provisions. But I want to ask you about this, Professor. I understand that you made a submission to the Joint Select Committee on Constitutional Recognition relating to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. And one of the ideas you supported was and I'm going to quote this, a new Section 60A which establishes an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander body to advise the Parliament about proposed laws with respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples and to advise the executive government, but which leaves the Parliament with the plenary power to determine the composition, roles, powers and procedures of the body established by this section.
Yep.
So I take it you remember that submission, and that's an accurate quote from
I don't. It sounds like me.
All right. I promise you I'm not trying to mislead you at all. That's an accurate quote. And in that submission, you said that and other recommendations you made had been informed by, and I quote, the profound moral significance that recognising Indigenous people holds for the Australian nation, the long-held aspirations of Indigenous Australians, the legitimate concerns of constitutional conservatives and the practical difficulties of success at any referendum in Australia.
Yes.
So is that still your position, those things that you put in that submission to that inquiry?
Well, clearly the vast moral effect is clearly the suggestion that Indigenous people have really no effective way of being represented into the Constitution, yes.
Yeah.
Clearly that the position has to be acceptable to constitutional conservatives, yes, because otherwise we get a partisan referendum and that's a disaster. There's nothing in there, I'm afraid, that suggests I'm in favour of a go-for-all in a fully legal sense to the executive. And one thing you'd note there is it's talking of advice, not representation. There's a significant difference between that. When we were talking about these sorts of things, as I say, the one thing that was always taken for granted, you didn't even need to say it, was this will never get into the courts. Because if it gets into the courts, you lose the whole arrayed ranks of constitutional conservatives because they detest judicial activism. Now, that's really the problem that we've got here with executive action, that the way it's drafted, it really does give rise to a reasonable inference that the judiciary can be involved in that process. And that's just totally counter to what we just read, and it's entirely counter to conservative constitutional principle.
Professor, the proposed Section 60A that we're talking about, that you had put forward, would have enshrined an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander advisory body in the Constitution, correct?
Yep.
Tick. It would have given that advisory body the constitutionally enshrined function of providing advice to the Parliament and the executive government on matters relating to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander affairs.
Yep, advice.
Yep. And given the Parliament, subject to the Constitution, the power to make laws with respect to the composition, roles, powers and procedures of the advisory body.
Yes.
So that is the same essential ingredients as proposed Section 129 that we have before us now, which says there'll be a body which is enshrined, says it may make representations to the Parliament and executive government, and gives power to the Parliament to make laws about the composition, functions, powers and processes of the voice.
No, it's not the same. For a start off, you've got advice rather than representations. And representations is a much more fundamental sort of thing. A representation is something that comes from someone with their own power, in a sense. You know, if I give a representation to you, it's quite different from giving advice to you. But more importantly than that, what I said before about judicial intervention is absolute. All of those discussions and all of those sections were in the context of an absolute commitment that there were no judicial intervention. And if you think of the history, that makes sense. So what had happened before this was there'd been proposals for judicially enforceable rights around this to be put in the Constitution. And Conservatives absolutely opposed them because it created the opportunity for judicial activism. The whole point of the voice, as designed in my study at ACU by myself and Noel Pearson and Julian Lisa, was to come up with something that could never end up in the courts and was entirely subject to Parliament. And the problem is that this thing has morphed into something that we can't be certain about. And I think one of the problems has been the procedure by which it's come up. So We all know that the drafting was conceived in a bit of a black box. We don't even know absolutely who drafted it. And then it came out fully formed. So in a sense, there was no real opportunity for people with particular points of view to talk about. Now, I can tell you that if there had been constitutional conservatives in that room, one constitutional conservative, it would never have emerged in that form. Because constitutional conservatives would not have agreed to something that's open to judicial review.
So I genuinely don't want to enter into a debate with you, but I just want to tease out the difference with the Section 60A that you proposed and proposed Section 129. I mean, the difference is, that, as I take it from your answer as well, the difference between the word representation and the word advice.
No, that is the sub-point. Right. The fundamental point is the intense assumption and intention that there be no engagement with judicial review. It's a little bit like, I love analysis, it's a little bit like if you say, I want an icy pole, and I say, fair enough, and you start to eat the icy pole I give you, and I say, do you like cyanide-flavoured icy poles? I don't think it's really open to me to say, well, I did give you an icy pole, and that's what you asked for. It doesn't work like that. The central assumptions were no judicial review.
And where, Professor Craven, in your proposed Section 60A that we've just read out was going to be in it, does it say, and this shall not be subject to judicial review? We just went through that exercise of comparing the components that are in each of them, and the difference is the difference between the word advice and recognition and representation.
Well, I'd really hate to get you to do this, but if you went all back through that report and the evidence, but more importantly, you looked at every other boring article that I had ever written around this topic at the same time, it would be absolutely clear.
I have to share the call in a moment.
All right. Okay. The word may is a facilitative word, right? A permissive word. Not a, it doesn't say the voice must make representations. It's quite different from that. Yes. That's right, isn't it? And it doesn't compel the executive of the government to accept a representation.
Well, it doesn't, compel the executive government through the word may. The problem with may, as you say, it's a permissive word. It allows the voice to make representations on any matter within its scope. So it has power. Now, as Glyn Davis once said to me, you never confer power on anybody on the assumption that it won't use it or won't use it in circumstances. So the real question is the width of the power.
And then I return to propose subsection 3, which gives the Parliament the power to make laws concerning the power of the voice.
And there lies the problem, because if Parliament makes a law saying that the voice may not, in certain circumstances, make a representation, then that is directly contrary to the provisions of the second subsection, which says the voice may make a representation. One cannot have it both ways. Once you've got those constitutional words there, any legislation inconsistent with them is invalid.
This is your last question. I'm used to referring to people as senators, I'm sorry. This will be your last question.
That's all right. I don't take offence by being called a senator. No, that's terribly fine. What I might do is just reserve my last question, if that's all right, Senator.
To come back to you. I'm happy to hand back to the opposition.
You've made the effort of coming, Ms Clegg. I'll direct this next question to you, if that's all right, and feel free to give us your opinion on the questions that have been put to Professor Craven. In the submission, in an article by former Chief Justice French, he refers to the Acts Interpretation Act 1901 of the Commonwealth, in particular Section 15AB, which refers to the use of extrinsic material like the explanatory memorandum and a speech. Because that is an act of Parliament, and we'll get to how it operates, do you have a view about whether that is treated the same when the High Court is looking at a constitutional provision rather than just another act?
Look, even the impact of Section 15AB is questionable. The court sort of has fashions. It goes in swings and roundabouts despite 15AB. I once appeared in a case. I went down there as junior counsel with the Solicitor General, and we were quite clear that the extrinsic material, it wasn't a constitutional case, it was a statutory case, the extrinsic material would get us there, and the court said, it's quite a famous case, Said, court decided, in the French court, Justice Hayne was a member of the 5-member majority, that they were going to simply ignore the extrinsic material. So there's that, even at a statutory level, there is dispute within the court about the extent to which extrinsic material is taken into account. There is no doubt about that. For a constitutional entrenchment, there's no doubt, as Professor Toomey says, that extrinsic material can be taken into account. But the problem that we have here is that our court, the Australian High Court, has never had to deal with an entrenchment of a political right or a group right such as this. This is a very significant group right, the likes of which a Liberal Democratic Constitution has never seen. With that kind of very serious entrenchment, it is, I believe, much more likely, but at least it is open to the court to simply focus on the words. And we saw that in the Katanyari case, the Hindmarsh Island Bridge case, where there was differing views between, say, Justice Kirby and Justice Gummow and Justice Hayne on whether or not the extrinsic material had any value. But the conservative judges tend to sort of go with the text of the Constitution, and as Professor Craven said, look, it really is a matter for the court as to what they take from the extrinsic material. I certainly don't sit here and say I know what would happen, how the court would treat this provision, but I don't think anyone can.
So one of the dilemmas we have as a parliament is that the explanatory memorandum, at least the members of the coalition on this committee, agree that the words are quite clear in terms of addressing the risk that we've presented. The concerns we have is that that's not bridged by the actual wording in the proposed draft. And there's a submission that has been put by Anthony Morris KC that addresses this, and he gives two potential solutions. I'd like your opinion on them. The first he says is that if the words are clear in the explanatory memorandum and the speech, then why are those not made clearer in the proposed wording? And that's what I put to Professor Craven. But he offers another potential solution. He says, at the very least, the proposed section is not accompanied by stipulation to the effect that it is to be interpreted in accordance with the provisions currently found in 15AB. So it's asking the drafters, the government, to then make it more clear, to provide that bridge between the intent of the EM and the actual wording. What do you say to that?
Oh, well then, look, I haven't given that too much thought. I think there's something to be said for having very simple words in an entrenchment. And when you start to try and give directions to the court within the body of the Constitution, it becomes problematic. So, look, I think I agree with Professor Craven that executive government should be removed if that is a decision that is being looked at. It is always, the entrenchment should be more minimal to be safer, and then one can build a statutory framework with bigger rights and a serious statutory voice around that. There's no doubt that that could happen, but the entrenchment should be smaller. You still get the recognition, you still get a substantive right, but it would be a very good idea, in my opinion, to remove executive government entirely from this. And an important point about that is that the Referendum Council in 2017, when it recommended that a voice to Parliament be established, it recommended only a voice to Parliament. It didn't deal or address or conceive that there might be a voice to the executive. Now, at that time, the idea of a voice to the executive had been floating around. There have been a lot of drafts by that stage that would have been dealing with privately amongst the architects of this provision, amongst its proponents, which included the executive government. But the Referendum Council, which was the last official body to look at this and make a decision, recommended only a voice to Parliament.
And can I put a question to both of you? The explanatory memorandum attaches the Uluru Statement of the Heart, and we've heard, again, powerful evidence about that today, and we have, especially from Mr. Mayo. In it, the Uluru Statement of the Heart, it says, "We seek constitutional reforms to empower our people and take a rightful place in our own country." And then a few sentences later it says, "We call for the establishment of a First Nations voice enshrined in the Constitution." If you were to have an alteration that removed the executive, that had recognition through a constitutional voice to Parliament, and it leaves the Parliament the freedom to have a legislated voice to the executive, in your mind, is that consistent with the wording of the Uluru Statement from the Heart?
Well, there's no prescription in the Uluru Statement whatsoever. It's just a document. It's a beautifully worded, very impressive document, but of course, it doesn't prescribe what that should be, and certainly, and the Referendum Council would have taken that into account in 2017 when it was considering it. So, it would to exclude the executive would still, in my opinion, satisfy the Uluru Statement from the Heart. But I'm not an Indigenous person, and I don't have as much standing on that fact. But as a legal matter, yes. But again, of course, it's not a statute. It's just a cry from the heart, an important cry from the heart. But there's nothing in that statement at all that suggests anything. In fact, I have made the point that my much more minimalist model, which is located in the Races Clause, even that would satisfy the Uluru Statement from the Heart if the Indigenous people were generous enough to say, well, look, that would be good enough for us. You could easily say that is a voice. It's a substantive group right. We have a say in relation to special laws, and that would satisfy the Uluru Statement from the Heart.
Professor Craven?
A whole lot of questions, I guess, bound up there. One is, would the Uluru Statement from the Heart form part of the extrinsic materials that a court would have regard to because it was appended to the explanatory memorandum? God knows, realistically. I mean, it's quite hard to figure. I mean, you've got an act, constitutional act, you've got an explanatory memorandum, then you've got the Uluru Statement of the Heart. That's an interesting question that I don't think I've seen before. I think part of the thing here is, and Louise is absolutely right, that all of the things we're talking about would satisfy the Uluru Statement of the Heart. So I think every option that's come up will satisfy it. There's often attempts saying, no, my model is the only one that will satisfy the Uluru Statement of the Heart. I virtually haven't seen one, except one that doesn't have constitutional entrenchment. So I think it's quite complex to try and. One thing I would say is that people forget that anybody, including the voice, may make representations as ordinary citizens, subjects of the Crown, whatever you like. Now, there is nothing to stop the voice from making, or members of the voice, to make a representation directly relating to one under a matter under the Uluru Statement from the Heart. It's just that they don't have a constitutional benediction in doing so. So I think this idea that there are no representations outside of 129(2) is quite wrong.
Thank you very much. You had some follow-up questions, I believe.
Look, I don't want to take up too much time, but Professor Craven, Noel Pearson and Shireen Morris wrote that it was constitutional conservatives who in 2014 emphasised the importance of Indigenous peoples giving early advice on policy so that this constitutional change would make a genuine practical difference to Indigenous communities. And I'm quoting from them, and Mr Lisa suggested that advice given only on proposed laws would come too late in the political process to have real impact. By the time bills are proposed, policy positions are already locked in and difficult to change. Is it your view, is it still your view, I think it was, and correct me if I'm wrong, but still your view that in order to make a genuine practical difference to the lives of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, because that's what we're here talking about really, that's the fundamental point, that it's important that the Voice is able to provide advice to the executive government?
I think it's important that the Voice has the power to provide advice, and when we talked about it, you've got to remember that I think there were 18 formulations to the previous committee of how we should do this, 18. I think if you could do an entire book filled with different drafts of this thing, probably different drafts that I approved of. I come back to the fact that it was all based on a fundamental thing about the judiciary, and the idea really was that advice, so some of the earlier drafts had advice to Parliament on proposed laws. That was a very, very significant position. And that, of course, would not have been enforceable by the courts. I think the problem that we've really got, and, you know, Noel is right when he said that Conservatives were the ones that put this thing up. So I would make the point, it's entirely in my interest to say there is no problems with this at all, because then I can just get on with, supporting the Conservative project of the Voice. So the things I'm saying give me no great joy. But you come back to that difficulty that no one intended at that stage that you would actually ever have the possibility of someone going to a court to enforce the intervention in the executive government of the Voice. That just wasn't. You might ask, well, how the hell did it get like this? Well, it got like this, as I say, because although we'd had a consultative process and a very cooperative process up to the point where this draft began to be hatched or developed, at that point it went into a black box. And I think what we've had is basically mission creep.
Well, by that you mean the working group and the group of constitutional experts?
I mean the people who actually drafted the amendment. And as I say, it went into such a black box, no one could actually take an affidavit saying who actually drafted it. I think I know, but I couldn't swear to it. Right. And the result was that when it came out of that black box, I think it was very surprisingly different to what I thought. And I can give you an anecdotal illustration of that. I went to send, I think, a screaming email or a screaming text, whatever, to a major sort of advocate of this stuff and said, what the hell do you think you're doing? You've got the executive in there, you've got laws made as well as proposed laws. This is not the deal. This will end in the High Court. Now, I clearly would never have sent that if I thought that what we had now was what was intended.
Okay.
The member for Clare has a question as well.
Go for it.
We're going to end at 2.
Yeah, look, I was just wondering if you could clarify, with respect to your submission in 2018, you were proposing what is essentially a voice that can advise the executive, which I look at that and I look at the proposed section 129, and besides the words give advice and make representations, you basically propose the same thing. Can you just clarify why your proposed amendment to 60A wouldn't have posed any difficulties for the nation, but 129 does?
Because if we'd been doing a thing on the basis of that first provision and coming back to that point of drafting, it had been a relatively open process of drafting and there'd been an extensive consultation on the words, it would have become very apparent very quickly that Conservatives would want reassurance on executive action. As I say, that was the assumption all the way through, and that's the basis on which we were dealing. You always have constitutional assumptions, constitutional contexts, and that was the constitutional context. I mean, I certainly would defy you to find anything I have ever written that has ever said that the High Court should have an absolute opportunity to judicially intervene in the process of executive action by reference to representations or indeed advice by Indigenous people. I'm very happy for you to look.
No, I'm not proposing to go down that road. I'm just trying to understand how you proposing to put an advisory body to the executive government in 68 provides the reassurance that you're talking about. Like, I just don't, I'm struggling to see the difference between those two models in terms of the judicial outcomes.
It's the cyanide icy poll example, and I have no desire for you to have a cyanide icy poll. But just because I propose an icy poll and you get it, if I give you a cyanide icy poll, it's rather different.
But if you're proposing to put those words about executive government into the Constitution under 60A, surely it would run into the same issues that you're talking about with respect to the voice may make representations to the executive government.
Well, as I said, that was one of about 46 different proposals that different people made. I'm sure I've made other proposals another time. But the point comes back to this. If we have a potential problem about executive action in the drafting, I think it's very hard to say it can't be interpreted both ways. Yes, you can interpret it the way you're saying. I can interpret it potentially the way I've said on other occasions. Why on earth wouldn't you make it absolutely clear now? Why not go with, I think it was 7 words from the Attorney-General? And if it's in the explanatory memorandum, why not put it in the section of the Constitution? Yeah. So I think they're the questions that are much more relevant than whether I ever had a draft that was vaguely similar to a draft here. Yeah. I mean, the question is, why on earth wouldn't you do that?
Okay, the member for Blair has a final question as well, sorry.
No, I'm still just uncertain as to how those two, how you can put that in under 60A and not have the same issues that you're talking about right now with 129. But I think we've probably taken it as far as we can go, and I'm happy to move on.
Comment, not a question. Yep. At this stage, and the member for Blair, you've got one.
Yeah, one question. If that's the case. If that's the case, if it was changed from make representations to give advice, would you have no concerns with it?
Probably, I think too much water has gone through the tunnel for one to have absolute certainty on the basis of that. Again, what I would say is I think the words that would... There are different ways of doing this. You can drop the whole of subsection 2, which would be dramatic. You could drop executive from subsection 2, fine. Or you could have those words recommended by your colleague, which I think ran something like that Parliament could also provide, make laws regarding the legal effect of representations. I'd be perfectly happy with that. I mean, that's what happens with provisions, as you know. They develop as time goes along. People see things that are not perfect. I mean, look at the Constitution. It went through multiple drafts. So, yes, I think I agree with Mark Dreyfus.
Yeah, well, if we would have, you would be not lecturing, nor Ms Toomey, nor anyone else if we didn't have litigation associated with constitutional law. And indeed, Section 92 that you referred to is a section of the Constitution that constitutional conservatives have litigated many, many times over the years. So I struggle to understand how the passage of time and the water underneath the bridge makes a difference. Yet you had a really strong position before, and now you don't. And I've struggled to understand this because I'm with Mr G there. If you walk down Queen Street in Brisbane and ask that question, there's a difference between giving advice and making representation. I'm sure that the average person would not agree there was a difference.
The average person also doesn't know legal Latin, greatly to their advantage, I would have thought.
Yeah.
It's still part of the law. Look, I think
We're going to have to wrap up, members, in a moment.
I think the man on the Clapham omnibus would have a lot of judicial wisdom.
Well, the difference, I think, is this. You're absolutely right. No one can prevent litigation. You can get a vexatious litigant doing anything. This is not simply about preventing litigation. It's about inviting litigation. It's about trailing your coat within precision, knowing you will get litigation. And that's what's proposed here. Yes, of course it can be litigated, but you don't need to make it so unclear that it will be litigated to death.
Okay, we do need to move on to our next witnesses. Senator Bragg, if you have a very, very quick, brief question.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to clarify one point with Professor Craven. So I think the words that have been flagged that may have been suggested were, and the legal effect of its representations, to go on point 2. So if that was incorporated, would that address all the risks that you've flagged today?
It would address all the risks with executive action, yes. Obviously, it doesn't touch scope, it doesn't touch regional voices, but yes, if that went in, I would be perfectly satisfied on executive action.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your time, both of you. We really do appreciate you being able to give us your time and your evidence today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, could you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 21st of April 2023. You'll also be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to that if you wish. I now want to call our next witnesses. Mr. Kenneth Hayne, ACKC by video conference, Professor Anne Toomey, AO, Mr. Brett Walker, SC, and Professor George Williams, AO. You want to kick off?
Happy to, if you want, unless anyone
No, you can go first. Oh, no, I'm sure they will. I'll ask them to keep it brief.
Thank you all.
I have to start.
So you have to start.
Yeah,
sorry.
no,
Go for it.
Thank you very much for joining us today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee today? And we'll start in the room on this end of the table, Mr. Walker.
My name is Brett Walker. I'm a practising barrister.
Thank you very much.
My name is Anne Toomey. I'm here in a private capacity.
Thank you. And on the video conference, Professor Williams?
Yes, it's George Williams here from the University of New South Wales. I appear in a personal capacity.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Hayne?
My name's Kenneth Hayne. I too appear in a personal capacity.
Thank you very much. It is a substantive panel and we have a short amount of time this afternoon to get through a large amount of content. I note that we're starting these hearings before submissions have closed, so you might not have had an opportunity to provide a submission. Did you want to make any opening statements, albeit briefly, before we begin questions? No.
I do not.
For my part, I'd prefer you have the time.
Thank you very much. Professor Williams? Well, thank you.
Yes, happy to take questions.
We appreciate it. Deputy Chair, you now have the call.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, everyone, for appearing. Can I put these first few questions to Professor Williams, but anyone is, of course, welcome to comment. Professor Williams, I want to ask you about how the High Court might interpret the wording in Section 129. In your written submission in paragraph 6, in the third bullet point, you refer to the possibility of courts setting aside decisions of ministers and public officials who fail to take into account representations from the voice. You say, and I'm paraphrasing, that in some circumstances the court might set aside the decision and order the minister to remake the decision. Let's assume that the High Court agrees with you and finds that in some cases a representation from the voice is a relevant consideration that must be taken into account by the executive. My question is this. Do you agree that one way the court might arrive at that conclusion is by interpreting Clause 2 as dictating that a representation from the voice would be a relevant consideration for a member of the executive when making a decision on a matter relating to Indigenous Australians?
Thank you. Make a good exam question, that one, but I'll give you as direct an answer as I can. The first thing I'd say is this is actually the system working as it should. We do expect that the courts, through our rule of law system, are able to scrutinise action by ministers and public servants, and they should do so to make sure the decisions are properly made and they do take into account relevant considerations. The most obvious source of an obligation to consider a representation by the voice would be in the statute itself. That's typically where these obligations arise, and that means that Parliament normally can make decisions as to the extent to which the voice and other considerations are taken into account, and also control the capacity for judicial review. And we only need to look at the migration setting and other settings to know the limits and possibilities of that. I see that as the primary source of the obligation statute. I also recognise that Clause 3 enables Parliament explicitly to navigate that as it wishes. There is an argument that's being put forward that this might also arise by implication from Clause 2. Personally, I say the risk of that happening as being very low. I can't discount it entirely, but I would say very low in my view. And as I say, the primary obligation is likely to arise from statute.
Thank you, Professor Williams. And you mentioned that it could arrive by implication. Are you referring to the authority that commenced in the 1986 High Court case of Pico Wallsend? Is that the authority that you're referring to for implication?
No, I'm not referring to a particular authority. I'm really just working at first principles from the words. That's where the High Court, of course, would start with an issue of this kind. And what I'm cautious about is the words themselves are simple, direct and constrained. They talk about representations. They do not place obligations beyond that on any party. And that's why I say the risk of an implication, I think, is very low. Extra words might give rise to extra implications, but here I think it would be a stretch to read in an obligation to require, for example, prior consent, notification, or even taking into account a representation without some supporting statutory context.
You say that risk is low, and what are you basing your quantification of risk of? Is there a comparable provision or cases that you're comparing it to?
No, and that's because, this provision is different to other provisions that are in the Constitution for good reason. We don't have anything of this kind in the Constitution at present, so it's working from what might be seen to be the natural meaning of the words, which is where the court, of course, starts, looking at the context, looking at the intent as best as we can ascertain it at this point, and saying when you put those things together, it does appear that there's great clarity about a power to make representations, but you look at the second reading speech and other material and there's nothing that directly indicates a requirement or an obligation on decision or take into account. I describe the risk as very low given those materials, but I can't go lower than that, obviously, because no one can fully predict how the High Court might approach this in the future, or indeed how even its doctrines of interpretation might alter in the future.
Again, I'm going to put an assumption or a proposition to you and then a question. So assuming the High Court agrees with your submission and finds that in some cases, and we can differ on the risk, a representation from the voice is a relevant consideration that must be taken into account. If the court decides that the effect of subclause 2 is to make representations from the voice mandatory relevant considerations, do you agree that the Parliament would not be able to make a valid law under subclause 3 that purported to say that the executive government was not under any obligation to consider a representation from the voice? And I compare the statements made in the explanatory memorandum.
If I take the assumptions underlying your question, then yes, that would potentially follow because it says the word subject to this Constitution in Clause 3. But again, there are so many assumptions underlying that you couldn't provide that answer with any confidence. It would depend upon the context, the interpretive methodology applied. And as I've also indicated, all we're talking about here is the fairly conservative option of simply a decision taking into account the voice. It doesn't mean the voice has to be followed. And in fact, it's quite possible to neglect it and to say it's not relevant or should not affect the decision. It's just saying if, for example, a decision maker puts their fingers in their ears, refuses even to listen to what has been said in making a decision, even though it's clearly relevant, in those circumstances, a court might say, look again, make the decision again, this time take into account all relevant matters.
And for the avoidance
could I be permitted to add to the answer that's been given?
Of course.
The construction of 129.2 would have to be a construction that takes account of 129.3. 129.3 plainly allows Parliament, subject to the Constitution, to make a law with respect to a matter relating to the voice. The legal effect of representations made by the voice is, I would have thought, plainly a matter relating to the voice. If that is right, the implication suggested as a construction of 2 is not available, and you are left with the text, only the text, without implication.
Thank you for that. So if we could tease that apart further, and then I'll come back to Professor Williams. Part 3, which says the Parliament shall, subject to this Constitution, and then has the rest of the words which include matters relating to, which you have spoken about. If the court is to find an obligation, whether on a plain reading of the text or by implication in 2, is any act made pursuant to 3 not potentially invalid because it is subject to this Constitution and the right that would exist in 2?
The answer. The premise dictates the answer, and it's the validity of the premise that has to be tested. I think the premise is false.
I must say that I would regard it as double backflip with Pike as an advocate in the High Court to suggest that the Section 129 should be read with your ruler coming down the text and looking at 2 without looking at 3. I don't think I'd get half a sentence out if I was advancing an argument like that. And I really do think that we need to get a grip concerning this magical process of implication, which is only a matter of teasing out the meaning of text. It might be difficult, it might be subtle, but that's why we have the High Court. It just seems to me that this notion that there is an implication threatened in the proposed subsection 2, whereby the validity of executive action, multifarious decisions, great, small and middling, by officials, great, small and middling, will be somehow jamming the courts from here to kingdom come as a result of this enactment is really too silly for words. And I personally don't think it would be responsible for any constitutionalist to say so, and I know George Williams is not saying that. He's talking about something completely different, which is if, as one hopes would never happen, if there were either a House of Parliament or the executive that refused to receive a representation, refused to receive it, the fingers in the ears, then of course there would be, as one would hope under the rule of law, a remedy available pretty peremptorily, I would have thought, in the High Court to make sure that that person or persons obeyed the Constitution. That has nothing to do with the familiar judicial review of administrative action, which we trot out after first year at law school and then our early years at the bar, where you seek to elevate some consideration in favour of your client to the status of something that the decision maker was bound to take into account on penalty of otherwise the decision being void, invalid, ineffective, needing to be redone. Now, in my experience, there is nothing in the resemblance of Section 129 as proposed to the kind of laws that we ransack in order to say that's a mandatory relevant consideration, not just a relevant consideration, a mandatory one in the sense that if I can show from your paperwork you didn't think about it, And that's pretty difficult if it's written down in their briefing notes, by the way. But if I can show you didn't think about it, hey presto, everything you did was invalid. Now, I can tell you, I have never seen any case, and I don't think there'd be a single university course that teaches that you will find that supposed implication of mandatory relevant consideration, or more accurately, the characterisation of some factor as having that status, in a provision that has nothing to do with giving a power to make a decision. And that's what section 129 is. It's not a provision that says there is power in the executive to execute the legislation. And furthermore, section 129 is addressed to the Houses of Parliament as legislators and also as persons who hold the executive to account. There is a broad field where the representations are to be deployed, great, small and middling matters and offices and the highest organs. No one says we're going to go off to the High Court to complain that the Houses of Parliament didn't attach enough weight to what the Voice said about a matter. And the Voice can speak whenever it chooses, not just to a proposed bill and certainly not just to a proposed executive decision. It may actually, I hope, articulate by saying you aren't thinking about such and such, but you should be. And so when one looks at the plurality of occasions, the plurality of offices, the great, small and middling issues, one sees that you couldn't possibly, on orthodox grounds, you couldn't possibly, and I do put it that absolutely, say there will be an implication that whatever the Voice says will be a mandatory relevant consideration. And of course, the killer is this: for what decisions? And if you look at to what decisions, you bore down into the middle of what the court is doing when, in cases that where the statute doesn't say what's mandatory, and so it's left to the judges to try and divine what might be, they do so by reference to what might be called germaneness of the consideration to the matter in hand. And when you're talking about the Voice and Houses of Parliament and the Executive and the Indigenous interests in question, those are judgments of materiality, importance, gravity, or the opposite, triviality, etc., which are the very kind of political question that the court will, I hope, ever turn its back on being enlisted to decide. And if that be true, then it is unanswerable that this is not a set of words which would give rise to this mythical procession of meritless cases where somebody says on behalf of the Voice or on their own private behalf that you haven't taken into account something that the Voice said that I think might have turned a decision in my favour. In my experience as somebody who was asked to advise on cases, not all of which are overwhelming with merit, and I have no choice then about which ones I run, I can tell you, in distinguishing between my opinion as to prospects and submissions, that is, arguments that can fairly be put, imagining from what the doomsayers have been telling you about these words, I can say I do not understand how one could articulate a mandatory relevant consideration argument about actions of the executive from this proposed wording. Or to put it another way, good luck to one of my colleagues who gets the bomb of that brief. Maybe it'll be me, who knows. All I can say is it'll be a very difficult argument and I suspect a very short one.
Mr Walker, Mr Hayne, and in fact all the witnesses, I want to take you to a point that was made by Professor Craven. I'm not sure if you heard it in the previous hour, but if you go to the very last sentence of the explanatory memorandum, it says this: the constitutional amendment would not oblige the Parliament or the executive government to consult the Voice prior to enacting, amending or repealing any law, and then critically, making a decision or taking any other action. And the issue that we wrestled with in Professor Craven's evidence was whether the text as drafted properly addresses that risk that wasn't to be dismissed because it's clearly an issue that was put in the explanatory memorandum. So it's obviously one that was front of mind, and it's the last sentence. What is your view about that risk? And it's a risk of process in terms of sending a form from someone to the Voice prior to a decision. If you could give your commentary on that. I think you have your hand up, Mr. Hayne.
The very argument that requiring consultation, advance notice and delay would disrupt the ordinary and efficient working of government, and the executive government in particular, demonstrates conclusively, and I use the word conclusively deliberately, demonstrates conclusively why you do not make the implication suggested. You do not make implications in a constitution that will bring government to a halt. That is one complete and sufficient answer to so much of what was said in the last hour. The second complete and absolute answer was
We're left great tension about that one.
Preceding hour, when it was agreed that a provision saying Parliament may make a law with respect to the legal effect of representations made by the Voice would suffice to meet the complaint made. But that is exactly the effect of the words have power to make laws with respect to matters relating to the Voice. And so the point is one which I simply regard as untenable. And that's not a word that often trips off my lips.
Do you have any more questions, Deputy Chair, or can I hand the call?
I had the call up, but if I could maybe reserve my right at the end.
Your other colleague has a question, so you might need to negotiate with him. The member for Dunkley.
Thank you all very much for taking the time to be here today, coming, I think, from the High Court yesterday, Mr. Walker, is that right? And the day before, and all of you are very busy. I'm going to start with you, Professor Toomey, not the least of which because we haven't heard your voice yet. I thank you very much for your submission. You do, in it, have a list of things, a handy dot point list of things that you say that this proposed section 129 does not do, and I'd invite you to elaborate on that if you could. But I also wanted to ask you, and it's probably not entirely a legal question, but you say, you've written that history and common sense tells us there's no point in seeking to recognise a group in the Constitution in a manner they reject. Can you elaborate on why you say that? And I take it from what you say is that proposed section 129, in your view, is what the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people have asked for and reflects what they've asked for. Is that right?
Okay. So going to that second point first, I was reflecting on the failed preamble referendum back in 1999, where you may remember there were objections from Indigenous people to the terminology used in that preamble, and indeed the second attempt at the terminology used in that preamble, and that led to various Aboriginal groups campaigning against it. Now, in that particular case, the preamble was not solely directed towards Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. There are a whole lot of other reasons why it may have failed as well, but nonetheless, it's perfectly legitimate for voters to ask if a referendum is directed at recognising a particular group in the Constitution, and that particular group, or at least a majority of it, because of course all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people do not think the same things, there's not one homogenous group, but nonetheless, if a significant majority of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people opposed being recognised in that form, then voters would ask themselves, well, why should I vote for it? I mean, people in general in the population are unlikely to choose to vote to recognise people in a way that those people do not want to be recognised. I think that's just an obvious political point. Having said that, the underlying question is, how do you know what the vast majority of people, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, support? And I recognise that's much more difficult to be able to assess. My only knowledge, to the extent I have any, was of the views of the referendum working group, but other people may argue that the referendum working group is not sufficiently representative of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, and I can't speak to that. So I cannot assert whether or not the vast majority of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people support this particular model, or would it be opposed to a small tweak in wording. That's beyond my capacity to assert. Your earlier question comes back to this issue of whether or not these constitutional implications could be drawn by the High Court. I agree completely with what Mr Walker just said. For those reasons he gave and many others, I do not think those implications can be drawn. And the one thing I just draw to the attention of the committee is that all sides of Parliament are opposed to the idea of those implications underlying the provisions. I mean, both the government and the opposition say that they do not want this constitutional amendment to give rise to these implications. So what effectively people are arguing is that when asked, the High Court will look at a provision of a constitutional reform where there is nothing in the words that suggest any kind of obligation of prior notice or prior consultation or prior information that a decision is going to be made or a requirement for consideration, where there is nothing, absolutely zero in the words, and is yet going to still draw an implication, even though the terms of that implication are completely against what the Australian people were told in official documents that they were voting for at that referendum, in the explanatory memorandum, in the second reading speech. So we're saying the High Court will go contrary to the words of the Constitution, despite the fact that the High Court has previously said that it's the text that's controlling, that it will go completely contrary to the intent of both the government and the opposition, the Parliament, and what the people thought they were doing when they voted on the basis of what they'd been told this meant in the Constitution, and yet still come to this kind of implication, which everyone has said that if it was drawn, would have catastrophic effects on government by gumming up the system and making government ungovernable. Do we really seriously think that the High Court is in a position that it would do that? And my answer is no, I'm sorry, I don't.
Many of us don't. Thank you very much for that. I wanted to change the topic slightly. I'm sure we'll come back to executive government. But a question for all of you, including you, Mr Walker, although I understand you weren't a member of the constitutional expert group that advised the referendum working group. So we hear a bit, and Mr Craven raised it, but we didn't ask him questions about it, about this concern about local and regional voices not being heard somehow in this drafting of section 129, or it being a Canberra voice. Some of the witnesses spoke to it this morning. Can I confess, I don't, for the life of me, understand how this drafting leads to the conclusion that local and regional voices won't be heard, because subsection 3 gives the Parliament the power to make laws about the composition, functions, powers and procedures of the voice. Would any of you like to comment on whether there is some sort of inconsistency between supporting local and regional voices and supporting the proposed constitutional amendment?
Can I, because I'll be the shortest, no, there is absolutely nothing in it. The word composition would be enough, but others can be called in aid. You're absolutely right. The notion of there being a...
Oh, you can stop there. No, sorry, keep going.
You are absolutely right.
No, I'm sorry. Keep going.
I might add to that if I can. I'm not quite sure what we're supposed to say or not supposed to say about what happened in the Constitution Expert Group, but I'm pretty sure this came out in the communiques, one of the communiques. We were asked about whether or not the amendment would permit there to be subnational voices, so voices at the local and the regional level, whether it would facilitate that or whether indeed 5126, the race power, would also be able to use to facilitate that. And our answer was yes, you could have regional and local voices either under section 129 or indeed under section 5126, and I'm pretty sure that's on the published record somewhere.
It is now. Thank you. Would either Justice Haynes and Professor Williams like to comment on that?
I have nothing to add. I agree entirely.
I think it's very straightforward. I agree.
Thank you very much. Professor Toomey, you actually mentioned race because there is a race power. This question doesn't come from that, but you've reminded me to ask it. There are some people, and I've heard some members of this parliament give interviews where they say that their objection to the voice is because the Constitution shouldn't divide Australians up by race, and that there's some issue with that. Can I ask for people's views on whether proposed section 129 is a race provision?
Well, in my view, no, it's not, because it's not directed at Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people by reference to their race. It's directed at Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples by reference to the fact that they're the first peoples of Australia, and that's made clear in the introductory words. So the introductory words, one of the advantages of putting them in there was to make that clear, that the provision is not there because it wants to favour or deal with a particular race in a particular way. The provision is there simply because of the status of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples as Australia's first peoples, with the consequence, of course, of their important role in Australia's cultural history and, of course, their pre-existing legal rights, as we saw with native title.
Thank you. Anyone else like to comment? Yes, Professor Williams?
Yeah, I agree, and I think the whole race issue is a complete misnomer. I mean, race is a 19th century concept that has no longer any scientific credibility attached to it. A group has been identified because they are a unique group within our community. They are rightly identified because of their current and prior connections to land. And of course, our nation is built upon their ancestral lands. And I think that is the connection. It's actually not a race issue. And of course, at some point, we should remove the clauses in the Constitution that mention race. They're anachronisms. And unfortunately, the Constitution still permits racial division. That should be fixed. But even more so do we need the voice to make sure that Indigenous peoples can provide advice about the use of such power.
Could I just add this, that sometimes this argument is framed either as an argument of race or as an argument about equality. The kind of equality that is being spoken of is identity of treatment. But that has never been the way in which equality is achieved. The law treats different cases differently. It treats like cases alike. And the provision that is proposed is one that recognises history, just the sheer historical facts, and also recognises the manifold disadvantages inflicted and entrenched through that history. So the argument, whether it's framed as an argument about race, colour blindness or equality, is, I think, an argument that fails to engage with what this proposal is doing. This proposal is responding to history and entrenched disadvantage.
I'll just give you one more question, member, and then I'll hand the call over.
Thank you. Did everyone have an opportunity to answer? I can't remember whether I cut you off on this answer or the previous one, Mr. Walker.
On this one, could I just say, look, I share a revulsion for the notion of inserting into the Constitution something which would further entrench the disgraceful survival of race as a criterion of potential governmental action under our Constitution, including, as history showed, with respect to democratic representation. Everyone, I think, finds that revolting. Certainly, I've not seen anybody who would seek to defend it. But the terrible fallacy in the current argument is to think that the proposed 129 would do that. It's vaulting over all those horrible shibboleths of our past. And it is saying, George William, with great respect, has put it beautifully this afternoon, it's saying, look, let's forget this horrible race language and concept and recognise, as the judge has just reminded us, that a constitution is founded in history and that it is entitled, at times of referendum, to look back at that history and sometimes to draw different lessons. 129 vaults over race, which after all included what was revoltingly called Chinaman when the Constitution was made using that expression, and says we are recognising that there were people who were supplanted against their will, and they've not been dealt with very generously since then. Now, the country did a huge act of recognition by a kind of lawyer's trick of drafting in 1967, but the power of the people's support in 1967 cannot be gainsaid, leaving aside the horrible lawyer's trick that meant that race was, as it were, pushed to the forefront at the foundation of a new Commonwealth power. I'm really sorry that there is anybody who, sharing my revulsion at race in the Constitution, thinks that 129 does anything to make it worse or to perpetuate it. Now, that then brings me to the question of equality. History is critical to understanding what equality means with respect to political rights in our Constitution. The political rights, if there be any, with respect to the voice, are not going to be the rights of any individual. They're not going to be reflected at any ballot box, and they won't be represented by any member of either of the Houses of Parliament. There won't be any votes given to those whose interests are represented by the voice. But we have in our history, that is, independent, self-governing British colonies considering whether to unite in a new nation, we have in our history institutionalised inequality of vote in the Senate on the American model. We deliberately, probably imitating some, I think, misguided 18th century view that you had to retard the enthusiasms of popular democracy, we have an upper house which reflects the history that nobody wants to revisit. I'm not proposing we should. That reflects that Tasmania was considering whether it would vote to come in alongside New South Wales, those being then the most population disparate places. And it has to be said that recognition of history results in an inequality, not in terms of voice or institutionalised representations to the executive, which is what 129 is about, but about what your vote is worth when you go to the ballot box in terms of the votes that you will then have through your representatives in the upper house to make laws and to hold the executive accountable. So let's not talk about inequality as being introduced by 129 as if it's some foreign substance to our Constitution. Our Constitution, in effect, is proud of the federal aspect of inequality by which a small state will have the same votes in the upper house as a big state. So I must say the banner of equality is not one which is appropriately waved against 129. And it has been correctly said, they're not being given through the voice the possibility of making representations that other people can't make. It's the combination of recognition and a kind of reparation, which in my opinion means that this cannot possibly, seriously or charitably be seen as an exercise of inequality.
Thank you very much, Mr Walker.
Thank you. And there's no Tasmanian senators on this committee. Senator Bragg, who's from New South Wales, not Tasmania.
No, I'm not from Tasmania. Look, I just have a question for Professor Toomey. Thanks very much for your extensive contribution to this agenda over many years. I'm just looking at your submission here where you talk about the scope. And I guess as legislators, we are interested in the scope that might apply here, and that is one of the key questions. I think most people would say that for this body to be effective, it would be focused on core issues which affect the lives of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. And I think most reasonable people would hope that it wouldn't be straying into every single issue. So you've said here that, I'm going to quote you, that the explanatory memorandum correctly notes that the phrase, quote, matters relating to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples would include matters specific to these peoples or relevant to them. What gives you the confidence that the scope is going to be, as you say it will be, which is focused on the core issues facing Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people?
Okay. So if you look later in that submission, there's a little bit towards the end of the main part where I talk about the difference between law and politics.
Yeah.
And in that I note that it's political constraints that are going to make sure that the voice focuses on things that are really important to Aboriginal people. If the voice goes out and tries to make representations about what submarines Australia should buy or whatever, well, it's going to both dilute its influence because people will think it's crazy, it's going out doing things that aren't within its area of expertise, but more to the point that its constituency, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, will be utterly furious that it is not focusing on the things that are relevant and important to them. And remembering that constituency is the body that will effectively choose who are its representations on the voice. So a voice that squanders its resources and it squanders its influence by seeking to spread itself too thin over a wide area of matters will be a voice that eventually ends up being replaced by other people because its own constituency, as a matter of politics, will keep it directed and focused about the things that are of real and genuine importance to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. So ultimately, it's politics that it was intended always, and I go back to this as the person who actually did the very original draft, and from the original draft, the purpose was to leave it broad, and this comes back to what Professor Craven said a little while ago, the reason for leaving it broad was to avoid the justiciability problem, because we didn't want people running off to court saying, oh, you can't say this and you can say that, and having fights about it. It was deliberately made broad so it wouldn't be an issue that was about to be litigated. The constraint on it was always intended to be a political constraint, that the people themselves, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, would want this body to be directed at the things that are important to them, and that's where the constraint is. So it's not in the courts, it's a political constraint.
I mean, we're at a stage where you have politicians reviewing a proposed law to change the Constitution. So this is a question of law, and it sounds from your evidence that you think that there is a risk that it could go into extraneous matters, or there could be situations where the voice could be working on issues which result in there being court cases which are not to do with the core business. Is there any way that the wording could be improved or changed to limit that risk in your mind?
Well, first of all, I don't really see a risk in the breadth of it. As I say, I think the political constraint is the relevant one. Secondly, I don't believe, as I said before, that there are any implications that a court would make about things like prior notice, consultation, consideration, etc. So if one takes the view that the voice, if it went beyond the parameters of what it was supposed to be speaking at, sent a representation to the government and said, well, we think you should buy French submarines rather than American submarines. And if it was when it was received by the executive government, someone would look at it, probably a fairly junior officer in the Department of Defence, and say, well, that's a bit bizarre, and file it in the rubbish bin. I mean, the reality is the level of your influence only goes as far as the level of your expertise and the relevant information that you're providing to government to help government make a decision. Now, the expertise and the relevance of the voice will derive from that information that it can get from the ground, from people who are genuinely affected by relevant laws, so that you can send it up to the government and you say, look, here's what your law is doing in this community here, and this is why it's not working, and here's how you need to tweak it to make it work better. And if you can provide that evidence from people on the ground and use the voice as the source for getting that to government, that will be influential to government, because government can then say, oh, I'm sorry, we didn't realise it was going to have that effect. Yes, the law would be more efficient and effective and cost effective, etc., if we did that in this particular way. That's where you get your influence from. If you're making representations on something in which you have no expertise, where you're providing no new evidence from the ground, what level of influence will you have? Well, as much influence as I would have if I went and made a submission on what submarine you were supposed to buy. I mean, you know, I can have real influence in relation to constitutional matters because it's in my area of expertise and I have something genuinely useful to provide. No one would pay one iota of attention to what I said about epidemiology or science or what submarine to buy, simply because I do not have the expertise and I do not have anything to contribute.
Okay, my last question is just to clarify then. So there's an explanatory memorandum and there's a bill. Do you think, you've said that you think that the EM does a good job in confirming what exactly the body should be doing, or the body should be doing. Do you think the bill reflects the EM?
I think that the EM helps clarify the intention of the bill. As I've said before, I'm relatively relaxed to the extent I do not believe the High Court will draw the kind of implications people have said. Could the wording be more precise? The answer is always yes. Do I have objections to it being more precise? The answer is no. But again, I come back to what I put at the end of my submission, and that is there's always a balance here between law and politics. So in order to be able to make the referendum successful, it needs to be cast in such a way that the people are able to understand it and it's easily able to be understood, and it maintains the support of the constituency of the people that are being recognised. And those are the two important things. And this was something we struggled against the whole way through the Constitutional Expert Group, because on the one hand, things are constantly being put into us, well, you should probably make this clear in the bill by saying you can do this. Like you can, for example, you know, allow the voice to make representations to states if the states choose to do so, or add in an incidental power, or a whole lot of other things. There were, I don't know, 10 or 15 things that people wanted to build into it. But if we'd done that, we would have built this sort of massive edifice, and then when people were asked to come and vote it, and they just sort of look at it and say, well, what on earth is all that about? So that's the problem with all of this. You can make it more precise, but you need to be quite careful about how you do it, so you don't build it into something that when people look at it, they're intimidated by it and they say, well, this looks all terribly complex, so I'm not going to put that in the Constitution, so it's confusing. Could you tweak the words just a little bit, and would it make it better? I mean, for example, I have no objection to putting in the words that Professor Craven was so concerned about being, and the effects of its representations. Yeah. I have no problem with putting that in. I don't think it overly complicates the legislation. I personally have no objection about that. But again, you do still need to maintain the support of your Indigenous constituency, because if they're opposed to it, then that in itself is likely to kill the referendum. So that's where the political balance lies.
Thanks very much.
Got one question from Claire.
Oh, look, I think you pretty much answered it, but just for overall clarity, there was some evidence earlier that because the executive includes everyone in the government down to lighthouse keepers, this potentially, the effect of the evidence was this potentially opens the country up to, you know, a vast body of litigation and vast numbers of claims with respect to, I don't know, anything from what lighthouse keepers do to fisheries inspectors or whatever. I take it that is, if this voice is passed and goes into our constitution, that simply will not happen. We won't be overwhelmed in that way at all.
It's bizarre. It's a bizarre suggestion, and I don't think there's any prospect that if this is put into our constitution, that a 10-year review will there's no prospect that it will reveal that litigators have been run ragged keeping up with a deluge of cases. It's nonsense.
Yeah, and can I just add to that the point that the very point of that is that one of the reasons why the High Court wouldn't do it, because the High Court is not in the business of trying to destroy government. It's not really its point. There is something I would add to it though. So Craig Lenihan, who is a barrister, has been writing a piece for Auspub Law, which is a blog. And he goes through that issue about the executive government and what the scope of the meaning of the term is. So you might want to have a look at that before, it hasn't been published, but it will be published shortly. And he gives a number of footnotes and references to cases, which I did actually check yesterday. And in those cases, the High Court has actually said that executive government means ministers and government departments, but does not go as far as statutory bodies that have separate legal personalities. So if you're a statutory body that's been established as having its own capacity to sue and all those sorts of things, that falls outside executive government for the purposes of that. And in some cases also some statutory office holders as well. So probably doesn't go quite as far as everybody was suggesting this morning, but I suggest that you have a look at the references that Craig Lenihan gives in that blog post, which I gather will be uploaded shortly.
It's very helpful. Thank you very much.
And can I also say from my perspective, there's a pile of hypotheticals where people raise all sorts of fanciful suggestions, but that's all it is. There is no realistic possibility whatsoever that this will give rise to a deluge of litigation. The words don't support it. And as Anne has said, our primary reason is we're setting up a political institution, and rightly so, the key checks will be political. And that's the way it should stay. And that's also why I support the simple and direct wording, because if you add too much more in, it actually fosters the prospect of sometimes unintended consequences and more litigation. So simple and direct is better, and I think these words just can't credibly give rise to many of the scenarios that have been suggested around the budget being affected, High Court appointments. Those things really just have no basis whatsoever in the wording that is proposed.
Could I just, on that, add something about this question of scope? The problem of whether you call it precision or plainness, doesn't matter. The problem of playing around with trying to define scope is that can only give rise to the possibility of a very odd kind of argument in a court. And I thought that we were all intent, to the extent we can, to make sure that this will be about the discourse, the national discourse, being enhanced by a voice to the Houses and to the executive government, not being quarrelled about in a court. It's a very odd kind of case you're talking about, because someone would have to come to court and say, this purported representation from the voice doesn't fit within a limit which I want you, the judges, to declare, and though I have to tell you what it is in order to make out my argument it's not within the constitutional category, I then want some order that it's going to be removed from my memory? What kind of case are we imagining where somebody will come along and say, could you please stop them telling me what they've already told me? This is a really good example of fantastical doomsaying. We don't need anything other than, with great respect, what Anne Toomey has explained. Of course you leave it to the good sense of parliamentarians in Parliament when they are doing their work as Parliament, as parliamentarians, without setting down that parliamentarians shall be always to point and shall be wise and act only in the national spirit. It would be outrageous if that was to be enforced by a court. And the same thing is true with the voice. The people who elect the voice, I can tell you, will not be putting up with nonsense and showbaiting.
Member for Blair, I think you had a question.
Thanks, Chair. Professor George Williams, you did write, I think, an article back in 2014 where you talked about the 1967 referendum being unfinished business, where in fact what you said, it didn't add to the Constitution in any significant way, didn't recognise Aboriginal people and their history. Do you consider that this voice referendum could go some way towards finishing that business?
Yes, and I think one of the most important things to say as to why it would do that is because this is a referendum that is born out of the aspirations of our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples through the Uluru Statement. And what 1967 did was it took provisions out of the Constitution, left some problematic provisions in, particularly with regard to race, but we are left with a document that simply bears no reflection of the people who have been the custodians of these land and waters for tens and thousands of years. So this is the moment, I think, to finish that business. It's the nation-building moment. And I think it's critical that it's a moment that is led by our Indigenous peoples. And for me, it's about giving due respect to that process, to what they've asked for, and for respecting the fact that they are supporting a proposal that is simple and direct and will achieve what is sought, that being a political institution able to provide advice but not being able to direct outcomes.
So, Professor Toomey, that sort of picks up what you said in your submission when you talk about it being, the voice is being established, recognises the reality of our First Nations people rather than a racial issue anyway at all, that it really is a reflection. Would you agree with Professor Williams in relation to the finished business provision that he talked about, that 67 was unfinished business in our Constitution? This is going some way towards finishing it?
Well, one of the problems with 1967 was it took out all reference to Aboriginal people in the Constitution. Having said that, those references were not exactly positive references, but it just meant that there was nothing in the Constitution at all that recognises Australia's Indigenous people, and that's extremely unusual. I mean, you would imagine, as far as I know, every other constitution of a country that has an Indigenous population provides some recognition of them. So 1967 was one step, and this is a further step on from there.
And there's been some criticism about the voice proposal, that somehow it didn't reflect what might have happened in the 1890s with constitutional conventions and the like. But this process has been a long process. Would you consider the process and all the meetings, the Uluru Statement of the Heart, the various regional meetings, the long history? You've had a number of parliamentary inquiries that I've seen both of you involved in. Would you consider that this has been a considered deliberative process of a long-standing nature that is akin to what our founding fathers talked about in the 1890s? Because there's been criticism that it's nothing like that. What do you think about that?
Well, the first thing we need to remember is that there hasn't been a constitutional convention before every single referendum. There was certainly one about the Republic one, but that was for a major change to the entire way the whole constitution worked. But we have had a long series of parliamentary committees and inquiries and expert panels and expert groups and, you know, public forums and non-public forums. So yes, it has been going on for a very long time. Most of us are completely and utterly exhausted by it. And I do appreciate, though, for the members of the public that often this is something that they're coming to new. They haven't been sort of through that experience, but nonetheless there is a lot of material where these kinds of, where this proposal has been developed over time. So you can at least trace it back to 2014, and, you know, that's nearly 10 years. So it is a long process.
And that aspiration...
You can go back further. You can go back to the 1990s. The Council for Aboriginal Reconciliation made recommendations that, again, you can trace to the present day. I mean, the Uluru Statement was a key moment to crystallise the change, but I'd go so far as to say that, with one exception, there hasn't been any referendum proposal in our history that has been subject to such lengthy deliberation, engagement, consideration as this one, as emerging out of the reconciliation and recognition process over decades. And the only one possible exception is 1967 itself, which was the product of decades of activity and activism by Indigenous peoples in particular. So this is a very long and considered process, and we're now at the sharp end of it, but it is important for people to recognise this hasn't popped out of nowhere. It has come from a very lengthy and considered process.
So it builds on 67, and secondly, it's a kind of process we've undertaken here, that the criticism of that process, the criticism that we haven't gone through constitutional conventions as they did back in the 1890s, etc., they have no basis whatsoever.
Well, you could have a convention, but you just don't need one here. I mean, you have a convention where perhaps as with the Republic, you needed to bring people together because you hadn't done and gone on the journey that we have here. But we have. I mean, this has been decades, as we've been saying. So I just don't think a convention is needed or required on this occasion. And in fact, the work of this committee shows that you can come to the pointy end of this without needing a separate process. And as Anne has indicated, that process is actually quite unusual. We've had a couple, but otherwise almost every referendum has proceeded without a convention.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. You have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Professor Toomey, you mentioned the part of your submission that talks about politics and law, and that was very instructive. And perhaps that's relevant to Mr. Walker's comment about Tasmania, because in the end, politics does come into constitution making, and there was a way for the states to come together. You answered a question I was going to put to you from Senator Bragg about whether, if the language could be more precise, whether we could move. And that's coming to the politics of this. We don't pretend to be, the High Court or compare to your legal expertise, but we've got to wrestle with the legal drafting and the politics of it. So the question I'd like to put to Professor Williams is the same. Do you see that there are, I'll preface it with this, that there are Australians and there are members of this Parliament who have concerns not about the straw man argument of excessive litigation and veto. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the risk of an obligation to consult and what that means. So it's not that you get to talk about submarines, it's that you get told that there is a decision about submarines. If there was a way for the wording to be more precise in reflecting that last line of the EM, do you, Professor Williams, see any reason why that cannot occur?
Well, as a start, I'd say that, as you're suggesting, I mean, these exercises are always about risk management along two vectors. One is the legal risk and then is the political risk. And where referendums have failed, it's usually on the political risk that things have gone wrong. I do see the legal risk as very low, as I indicated, and as Brett Walker helpfully clarified as well, it's really only in that very narrow case I'd even see a potential implication. That is, if there's a refusal to read or even receive a representation. And that might give rise to problems, but so it should in those circumstances. Otherwise, personally, I don't see the need legally for a change. And so that takes us to the political risk. It's clear that to win a referendum, you need to win as many people over as possible, at least your double majority. And ultimately, that's the question, I think, for this committee in this Parliament. Is there enough confidence that that double majority can be achieved on the current drafting? Or does some change need to be made to clarify things? Because Anne has also indicated we're in furious agreement as to what is intended. There's no one suggesting that these list of horribles should actually happen. And if there's a sensible, modest way of clarifying that, consistent with the intent, then yes, that would be a reasonable and appropriate thing to do to help mitigate the political. The key thing is it must keep faith with our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. They must to even suggest.
You're just cutting out, Professor Williams. Unfortunately, we've lost your line a little bit. We will get you to correct the transcript record if we've missed anything there. Maybe just give that one last go. I think we can hear you now.
I'm not sure where you got to, but I was just going to say the last point was, even if it was possible to mitigate political risk with a wording that clarified things, and Anne has suggested one possibility, then of course it must be supported by Indigenous peoples as well. Their buy-in is critical and necessary, I think, to ensure that it would be an appropriate thing to do.
Did you have a quick follow-up, and then I'll go to the member for Dunkley to finish?
Look, obviously I'm probably one of the people on this committee that's not got a legal background, but I just wanted to pick up probably a question for you, Professor Toomey. It's in relation to, you talked about group earlier, and I accept that there's been a lot of work done on consultation in relation to this, but there's also people that would contest that and say, well, actually, no, we haven't been consulted, and this area hasn't been engaged. Is there any, and we've seen today information presented that 80% of people have said yes, and we know that the Aboriginal population is around 4%. Is there any potential for the High Court to be asked the question about the validity of the establishment of the voice based on the consultation process that's been followed, given that there are people who would contest the consultation process?
Well, if you're talking about the validity of the amendment, that really turns on what's in section 128, and so that comes back down solely to the question of whether it meets the requirements there. So does it have a majority of voters across the country and a majority of voters in a majority of states? Section 128 doesn't go behind the referendum itself to whether there was sufficient consultation prior to that. It's really just comes down to the voting in the end.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member for Dunkley.
Thank you. Before I ask the question I wanted to ask, I just wanted to invite you, Justice Hayne, to comment on whether the suggested change of wording from Professor Craven is necessary, whether it would have any practical effect or legal effect given the scope of the words in subsection 3.
My own view is I don't think it adds anything. If it doesn't add anything, it's not necessary. Then you come back to the political versus legal considerations that others have spoken about.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Holohan just referred to the straw man argument about a veto, for example, as one of the straw man arguments. And as he just said, we've been talking a little bit about political risk. So I wanted to give all of you, and we might start with you, Justice Hayne, the opportunity to respond to some of the suggestions. Quite frankly, I think they're absurd, but anyway, we've heard about the Voice somehow being able to exercise power or influence over the Governor-General or the Reserve Bank. And, you know, even just today, I read an assertion from a member of the Parliament that says, and I quote, "You can't rule out the Voice having a de facto veto role on national days of commemoration." I mean, is there any, in the way the proposed section 129 is drafted, suggestion that any of that could or would occur?
I cannot see anything in the proposed draft that comes anywhere near providing anything like a veto. Short answer to your question is no, veto is not available. As to whom representations can be made, you come back to the kind of issue that Brett Walker was talking about, where people are trying to define some sharp line of the boundary of the scope of the power. Those are attempts that will always fail. We need instead to come back to the points which I think everybody else has made about politics and legality, and the fact that the Voice will not waste its social or political capital by exploring the outer range of its scope of representation. That is an unreal case or a distorting possibility or extreme example is, I think, the phrase commonly used in judgments. Do not measure the terms of a power by reference to distorting examples or distorting possibilities or extreme examples.
Thank you very much. Did anyone want to add to that? Professor Toomey, and
yes,
I'm sure Mr. Walker will.
Just one observation. I know a lot of people have been agitated about the idea of the Voice making representations to the Reserve Bank or the Governor-General or the Lighthouse Keeper, etc. I just would have thought that the obvious thing that Parliament would do when it's making a law about composition, powers, procedures, etc., would actually have some law that says this is how you make a representation to the executive government. Because remembering the term in the Constitution, or the term proposed to be used, is the executive government. It isn't this particular officer or that particular office, it's the executive government. That's all that needs to be maintained, your ability to make a representation to the executive government. Parliament can say you make your representation to the executive government, by sending all your representations to this particular email address or this particular office, or giving them to ministers, and you can have all sorts of ways of setting it up. So you have, in practice, you can have methods of consultation, etc. That's all up to Parliament and the legislation. So in the end, it's Parliament that will actually control how representations to executive government come into executive government and are dealt with.
And Professor Toomey, can I just ask you quickly then, from your answer, I suggest that you reject the notion that we heard earlier that by doing that, using section 129 subsection 3, that would somehow lead to further litigation because it would be in conflict with subsection 2, which is the one that gives the voice the power.
No, I don't see that as... I agree that 129.3 is subject to 129.2. That's true. But also, when reading this 129.2 and determining its scope, you always have to determine the scope of a provision in the context of the rest of the provision. Okay, so you take into account what's said in 129.3. But in any event, 129.2 simply allows representations to be made to the executive government. So long as you are still making a representation to the executive government, Parliament can say how you make that representation to the executive government. So long as it goes to the executive government, you don't have to have a right to individually send it to the Governor-General or the King or the Lighthouse Keeper or anyone else. It just has to go to the executive government, and Parliament can control that.
Thank you. Did either of the two remaining gentlemen wish to add to that or comment on that? Professor Williams, you've got your hand up.
Thank you. And I think what's really clear from the wording is that this body will not be vested with any awesome legal power that will destabilise government. It will be vested only with the power to make representations. And what to me is crystal clear is that its impact will depend upon the wisdom and drafting and moral mandate behind those representations. That's it. It really is. And there's no joy for this body in litigation. It's not likely to make it influential. There's no purchase on it within the Constitution. So it will come down to those political factors, as it should. And I think people just need to get a grip a bit in suggesting that there is some awesome power that simply has no purchase in the wording. It's not there. It's not reasonable by implication. And if people read the words, I think it's very clear what this body will do.
Thank you.
Mr. Walker? I would just add this. Sub 3 is not allowed to eat sub 2. That's what it means to say that it's subject to the Constitution. So you can't, under sub 3, by what I'll call pretended regulation of functions, effectively, substantially, really deprive the voice of its definitional character, which is one of making representations. Now, that is, of course, something that the High Court will ride boundary on. And if, God forbid, there were ever a Parliament that thought it was clever to tie up the voice so that effectively it could not make representations, then there'll be a pretty brisk piece of High Court litigation. Ordinary life will continue, probably regardless of what's happening in Canberra, and it will be determined that either yes or no, a law under sub 3 does or does not cross that boundary. I actually don't think that's likely ever to happen, because I am very confident, notwithstanding our robust partisan politics in this country, that no Parliament will ever decide that they'll try and undo the evident will of the people under section 129 if it becomes part of our Constitution, and by some kind of cleverness and a very unkind approach to our Indigenous fellow citizens, deprive them of what the Constitution would give them. Now, that's the only way in which sub 3 could give rise to litigation, once only, and let's hope it would never arise. Thereafter, sub 3 does its work, and it's exactly as Anne Toomey's just said. If from time to time there's a problem, and I doubt that there will be, but if there's a problem of what I might call logistics or handling or administration, or perhaps protocol, and all of you as members of Houses of Parliament are familiar with the importance of such matters to getting on with the business of government, then no doubt the Houses will combine in setting off to the Governor-General a statute under sub 3 to pull things into order. And that can be done from time to time and by adjustments, and that's good.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Those sounded very similar to closing statements, but I'll just ask if anyone did want to make any any last comments. No, shakes of the head. Thank you very much for joining us today. I know for most of you it was at late notice, so I very much appreciate it. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday the 21st of April 2023. You'll be sent a copy of your transcript of evidence and you'll have the opportunity to request corrections to any errors in that transcript. The committee will now break until 3:40 for our next witness. Resume the hearing there, and I now invite our next witness, who is joining us by video conference today, or teleconference perhaps, the Honourable Robert French AC.
I'm here, but I don't have a picture.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Can you see us, Mr. French?
Yes, I can.
Okay, fantastic.
I can't see me.
Okay. All right. We can't see you either, but
well, that's a pity.
we can hear you very clearly. And if there's a chance to fix that technical issue, I'm sure we will. Thank you for joining us today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee today?
Yes, it's Robert French, and I appear in my... Can
we assist you? Sorry, you're just breaking up a little bit there.
Yes, I can see you now.
Okay. Do you want to just restate your name?
There is something seriously wrong with the...
Okay, yeah, there is something wrong with your line. What I would usually suggest in this circumstance is that we take a short suspension, which we'll do now for broadcasting. Thank you very much. I think we've solved that technical issue. If you could just state your name again for the Hansard record and the capacity in which you are giving evidence today.
Yes, my name is Robert French, and I'm appearing in my personal capacity.
Thank you very much. I now invite you, if you wish to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to questions.
Yes, thank you very much. And I thank the committee for affording me the opportunity to appear before it. The fact that I'm able to appear before you is a tribute to constitutional amendment, since I was forced to retire at the age of 70 6 years ago by virtue of the last successful referendum in this country. I'm speaking to you from the country of the Whadjuk Noongar people of the Perth area. I just wanted to make a brief opening statement of if you like, a broadly normative character. There's been a tendency, I think, to view the debate through the prism of what I call long-standing social and economic problems, which are reflected in the ongoing effort to close the gap. But that narrative, I think, shouldn't overwhelm our thinking about the voice. There is inspiration and hope to be derived from the plethora of good things happening in the area of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander affairs. And this is to be derived from the extraordinary human resources of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander leadership in communities, urban, rural and remote across Australia. And I've had in my professional life the privilege of engaging in a number of different ways with some of those people back in the 1970s through the Aboriginal Legal Service, and then as President of the National Native Title Tribunal when I travelled the length and breadth of Australia between 1994 and 1998, and which exposed me to an extraordinary array of people within communities who strove to bring them together in common cause for their economic and social improvement. Today I sit on the board of the Polly Farmer Foundation, which has been in existence for more than a quarter of a century and which provides enrichment programs for Aboriginal students in secondary schools under the heading of Follow the Dream, and which is led by a highly competent Aboriginal executive team. And one of the most, some of the most uplifting experiences I have had is being able to hear from and see some of the alumni of that program and their achievements. Presently at UWA, of which I'm Chancellor, we have 235 Indigenous students, and including medicine and law, where there are 22 and 9 respectively. I think we have something like 60 law graduates, and that, of course, is no doubt replicated across the country. My point in saying all this is simply to say that there is across the country a very substantial cohort of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander leaders and persons closely engaged in their communities whose skills, experience and knowledge of their communities and their challenges can be called upon both to compose the voice and the local, rural and remote bodies from which its members might be drawn. Those stories tell us what is possible, and in my opinion, the Voice offers the opportunity to develop a mechanism which can inform Parliament's lawmaking so far as it relates to or impacts on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people and government policy and administration of the laws in that connection. I had a number of legal points which were set out in a joint paper with Professor Geoffrey Lindell and myself. It's a matter for the committee whether you would like me to just give a brief synopsis. There are 8 of them, or whether you'd prefer to go straight into a dialogue.
Do you want to go straight into questions? I think we're going to go straight into questions, but you'll probably cover off, I'm guessing, many of those points in the answers to the questions put to you. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Justice Franchard. Apologies for the connection issues, but we can hear you loud and clear. I just wanted to, many people will be watching this who have never toured or appeared in your former court, and I just wanted to put some propositions to you and just get your comment on them, if that is all right. Many have said that the law is an art, not a science, and reasonable minds can and do passionately disagree on questions of law, and we saw a lot of passion today. Just your observation on that. There's about 4 of these.
If by that you mean that law involves evaluative judgments upon which reasonable minds can differ, you're quite right. And when somebody gives a legal opinion, when you, for example, in your former life as a barrister, gave a legal advice, I doubt that you ever said we will certainly win, because what you're doing is you're predicting how some other person or group of persons, that is to say a judge or an appellate court, will respond to your arguments. When we get to legal texts, be they contracts or statutes or constitutional provisions, there's never absolute precision. There's always a boundary area of choices of construction. And a lot of that has engaged the work of the High Court over many years, particularly in the area of statutory construction. So when you say art, I think if I accept that as meaning evaluative judgments upon which fine legal minds may differ, then you're right.
No, thank you. You've actually addressed some of the other points I was going to put to you, so I'll go to the last of the 4. No, that's very helpful. When it comes to constitutional cases, that degree of unpredictability is higher. And one of the reasons it's higher is because there are less similar cases to compare to, and that makes it more difficult to predict. Is what we're wrestling here more difficult to predict because there is no comparison to what's before us?
No, I think there are some reasonably well-established ground rules in terms of the court's approach to constitutional interpretation. And there are some cases where you might say you've got a very broad brush statement, like the simple words, trade, commerce and intercourse among the states shall be absolutely free, where there's lots of room for argument about what those things might mean. As you'll know, it took a very long time to settle the meaning of those words, finally in Cole and Whitfield. And then, of course, when one gets into the area of general implications from the text and structure of the Constitution, such as the implied freedom of political communication, for example, or the extent of Commonwealth legislative power with respect to the states, the Melbourne Corporation case, and before that, engineers and so forth. There are areas of choice which are available to judges, which are quite legitimate areas of choice, but upon which there may be differences. But when that doesn't mean that every every question of constitutional interpretation is inherently unpredictable in terms of the answer. And of course, as you might have seen, if you've had an opportunity, you may not have, to see the paper that I've submitted to the committee jointly with Jeff Lindell. We don't think, and I think the same position really taken by Anne Toomey and the others, that there is that range of unpredictability that one might face in the very much larger questions with which the court has had to grapple in the past.
Thank you. I'd like to take you to a particular risk that comes out in key submissions and has been discussed in the committee today. And it's the risk that the explanatory memorandum seeks to address in the last line of the explanatory memorandum. And the wording says, the constitutional amendment would not oblige the Parliament or the executive government to consult the voice, and paraphrasing, about making a decision or taking any other action. The question in identifying that risk and discussing how it may be resolved, it's quite clear that there are different views about how quantifying that risk. But if the wording, the draft wording, was crafted to better reflect that intent, do you see any risk in that occurring?
You mean, I think I saw the tail end of you put a question to former Justice Hayne about adding the words and the legal effect?
Not quite. That was Senator Bragg.
Sorry.
That's all right. I put that question to Professor Craven. Senator Bragg then put it in a way to Professor Toomey, and in full disclosure, but both didn't see a risk in making that adjustment. But I'm just putting the same question to you. If there was an agreement, and there's an assumption here, that the wording does not reflect the intent of that last paragraph, and if that could be addressed with fine-tuning, do you see any risk in that occurring?
Now, I just want to make sure we're both looking at the same paragraph. Are we looking at paragraph 32?
The one I have is a number. It's the very last sentence of the explanatory memorandum.
Yes, I'm looking at the EM. I'm just looking for the paragraph number.
My version doesn't have a paragraph number, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yes, I think I've...
Page 5, I think it's on, yeah.
Just while you're looking for that, can I out through the chair, can I just ask what submission you're quoting from? I don't know which one, Keith. Sorry, Deputy Chair.
Oh, so the submissions of Brennan, in particular, points out the risks in his 21-page submission of the obligation to consult. And it has been referred to in other articles and then in evidence today. So that's the main submission.
I've got the text now.
I don't think I've seen that one.
The Constitution does not oblige the Parliament or the executive government to consult the voice prior to enacting, amending or repealing any law, making a decision or taking any other action. I think, first of all, that if you were to add words to make that explicit, the problem with adding words, is that you can always generate a new argument with every additional word that you you add. People tried to make the Migration Act and all its regulations more precise with a plethora of words, and every new word was a jurisdictional error waiting to happen in terms of challenges. I understand that you said something before about, if you like, the political utility of giving comfort to people by adding words that make that explicit. I don't have an argument against that, but I suspect that the position is already covered by a combination of the inclusive character of 129.3, that is, that it covers matters relating to, and that, as I think Mr. Hayne might have said, renders such an addition unnecessary. But to say it's unnecessary doesn't mean it might not be useful in terms of political support for the amendment. So I wouldn't want to make a clear-cut statement that it creates a legal problem.
Thank you.
That's all you have. That's all I have. Member for Dunkley.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your time here today, Justice French. I wanted to start, I guess it sort of picks up on the question that you were just asked and the answer you just gave. What you say in the paper, which was exceptionally helpful, at paragraph 52, and I assume you've got it there. Sorry, we still can't see it. Yes, we still can't see you. But what, if any, part would the courts have to play in the working out of the constitutional and legal role of the voice? There is little or no scope for constitutional litigation arising from the words of the proposed amendment. The amendment is facilitative and empowering. I wanted to ask you that last sentence. You're referring to empowering of the voice to make representations, or empowering of the Parliament to pass laws concerning the voice, etc., or both?
Well, I suppose that reflects really the function of the voice as an advisory body. The amendment facilitates the provision of, by creating this mechanism, facilitates the provision of advice from Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples to the Parliament and the executive government, and it empowers them to make such representations once the voice is established. But to say that somebody is empowered to do something and that a facility or mechanism is created by which they can do it does not then engender a whole lot of ancillary implied constitutional obligations.
Thank you. Well, it's that last point you just made, which I was going to go on to ask you about. Given that the proposed words say that the voice may make representations to the Parliament and the executive government, it can't be implied from that that it either must make representations to the Parliament or the executive government.
Well, absolutely not.
Yeah.
That's why the word may is used, I guess.
And I know this is an obvious question, but I just want to ask it so that we get it on the record. And subsection 3 gives the Parliament the power, I mean, as you say as well in your paper, to make laws with respect to matters relating to the voice, including composition, functions, powers and procedures. So Parliament has the power to make laws about how the voice may go about making representations to the executive. For example, as you say, it may say that those representations are to be made to a minister.
Yeah, well, that's right. I think that would obviously be a very important aspect of any legislation that the Parliament enacts to ensure that the representational process that is established is one that's workable and efficient, and enables a focus point of receipt. And the minister's probably the most obvious point, albeit there'd be some mechanism built around that in individual ministers' departments.
Do you share any of the concerns that some people have raised that there might be read into these provisions an obligation on government decision makers about how they take into account the representations, and I think the concern that is raised very often is that it could lead to substantial amounts of litigation, and one of the suggestions this morning was significant delay in any decision by a public servant being made?
Well, first of all, I don't think there is any reasonable basis for an implication, a constitutional implication, which could not be overcome by legislation, that a representation by the voice is a mandatory relevant consideration for the exercise of any particular executive power. And the reasons for that are set out in the paper, and I won't sort of rehearse them now. Of course, that wouldn't stop Parliament from saying that certain classes of decision would require a representation to be taken into account before the decision was made, but that would be a matter for the Parliament. And if for some reason or other that became unworkable, the Parliament could amend the law accordingly. But I don't believe there is any real basis, and you've already heard from other witnesses on this, I think, for an implied constitutional obligation to take into account representation, not least because there's just such a huge range of matters upon which representations might be made, that that implication would have to somehow be carved out of that range and applicable to specific exercise of executive power. There are so many executive activities which are inherently non-justiciable. You know, what I think Chief Justice Alsop in the Sharma case called core policy matters and so forth. And I think a similar argument relates to the concern that there might be an implied constitutional duty to consult. I can't see, given the immense range of matters in which there might be an interaction between a proposed policy or practice and impacts on Indigenous people in one way or another, to imply a duty to consult across all of that range would really make government unworkable, and I don't think the High Court's in that business.
And would you agree with the proposition that the broad powers given to the Parliament under subsection 3 would include the Parliament having the capacity to pass laws to determine the legal effect of the Voice's representations?
Yes, because it's talking about the duties of the, in the context of the executive, it is talking about the duties of the executive in relation to representations which are made to it. And that, it seems to me, is a matter well within the scope of the first part of 129.3. And once you accept that that is within the scope of 129.3, that's another matter which militates against the implication of a constitutional obligation to take into account representations before making a decision.
Yeah. And the new words that Professor Craven suggested and that the Deputy Chair was asking you about really wouldn't add anything to what is already there in subsection 3.
Well, I think that's right. I think I saw Mr Hayne respond along those lines earlier on, and I agree with that. Now, that doesn't mean that, as the earlier questioner put, that there might not be some political utility inserting those words in order to ensure that there is a greater range of support for the amendment. But there is always a downside risk when you start inserting words in the pursuit of precision of unintended consequences. So if it's not necessary, the more prudent thing is to leave it alone.
Yeah. Would I be right in suggesting that approach has particular merit when you're talking about words in a constitution?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Although we have fallen foul of simple language before, and that was Section 92.
I suspect
Non-lawyers' language, I think they called it.
Yeah, I suspect, Mr. French, that a lot of people would say that lawyers fall foul of not using simple language often, which is very unfair, clearly. I wondered if you might, and I think you've, in some respects, answered this, but one of the things that had come up in some of the evidence today was essentially the relationship between subsection 2 and subsection 3, and whether the Parliament exercising the powers granted by subsection 3 might be said to be in some way improperly constraining what is given to the voice by subsection 2 and cause significant litigation. I was wondering if you might talk to how you see those two subsections working together or relating to each other.
Well, I would think that what the Parliament is intended to do under Romans 3 is to both establish and define the functions of the voice consistently with the role conferred on the voice by Romans 2. So Romans 2 sets out what you might call the guidelines, or the rail lines, if you like, within which the powers in Romans 3 would have to be enacted. That doesn't seem to me to pose a huge risk of, or any significant risk of litigation, unless you had a rather extreme law which had the effect of depriving the voice of effectively gutting its ability to make representations. You can regulate, you can say to whom they're to be made and so forth, but I suppose it's conceivable that there might be a law where there might be a debate about whether it deprives the voice of some essential aspect. But given the breadth of what appears in Romans 2, it's a bit hard to imagine how that would actually work in practice. And I think, as Anne Toomey might have said at some stage, you have to also bear in mind when you talk about the legalities that there are political constraints and realities here as to what is likely to happen and what is not likely to happen.
And I'm conscious I'm talking to someone who was the Chief Justice for a decade.
Retired now, it's all right. It's like being a retired general.
But still, significantly more constitutional law experience than anyone in this room, with all due respect to the other lawyers. But you do say at paragraph 61 of your paper that as to litigation, there is always the possibility that someone someday will want to litigate matters relating to the voice as can anybody who seeks recourse to the courts. That flows from the fact that Australia is governed by the rule of law, which provides access to the courts, and where it is said that public officials have exceeded their power. That said, there is little or no scope for any court to find constitutional legal obligations in the facilitative and empowering provisions of the amendment.
Well, that's really repeating what I'd said before, in a sense.
Yep. Yeah. So,
I mean, there are always people who will. We have extreme cases. You know, when I was on the federal court, there were people who were coming to court, desperate farmers who'd taken out foreign exchange loans, and they'd been sold a pup by some group selling statements of claim which said that divine law applied to their transactions, and that no loan was repayable after 7 years. And they were paying $1,000 a pop for these ridiculous statements of claim. There are other people who said that would come to court saying that the original letters patent granted to the first Governor-General were somehow deficient and that all laws made since that time were invalid, which of course, so there are always extreme cases and there are always people who might try the boundaries, but I'm talking in terms of what's likely and what's likely to be successful.
Well, so you might be surprised to hear that apparently the Constitution was illegally overturned in 1973. A number of my constituents have emailed me about, but there you go. There's
that is relevant to this.
no, I take the chair's point. That is irrelevant. So again, I'm sorry if this sounds like a question with an obvious answer, but I just want to get your view of it. You know, there's been a number of, I guess, questions asked in Parliament and people making comments which would suggest that the Voice could somehow exercise power or influence over the Governor-General or the Reserve Bank, or an assertion today by a Member of Parliament that it could effectively have a veto over public holidays and commemorative days. What's your response to those suggestions? Legal response?
No substance in them.
No substance. All right.
I'll be polite about it.
I might ask you one more question and then hand back to the chair, and if there's anything else that arises from, I might reserve my right to ask those later. But I just wanted to give you a chance to talk about why you have a section in your paper, why your view is that the Voice is high return and low risk, to quote you, and a big idea but not a complicated one.
Well, that's a Dorothy Dixer, I guess. I think the answer is reasonably obvious from the paper, that I think the Voice does, partly for the reasons I've suggested in my opening statement. The Voice does provide us the opportunity for a mechanism that will enable us to develop more coherent and finely tuned policies and practices, as well as laws, in trying to deal with one of the most important and difficult areas of government that we have. Provided it is properly designed. And the real challenge, I think, is going to be ultimately in the legislative design of the Voice, to ensure that it is effective. But I think if you can draw on all those resources, all that information, reach some sort of national consensus, even though it won't be uniform, there will always be dissenters, there will always be disagreement within the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community, as there is within the broader community on lots of issues. There's a much better chance of informed policy making and indeed informed lawmaking when you have that kind of input. The low risk is addressing really the risk of vexation, of a tsunami of litigation or unintended constitutional consequences. I just don't think they're there, and I think that's a reasonable consensus of a lot of constitutional scholars. And I just think about if I were confronted with this provision as a judge and I was asked to make an implication, how I would think about the basis upon which an implication might be drawn. It's a big thing to draw a constitutional implication, and the implications which have been suggested, I think, are not supported by the text and would in fact be inconsistent with it.
Thank you very much. Hand back to you, Chair.
Member for Blair, I think.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. French. Earlier today we had some discussion about what effectively making representations was. We had earlier evidence today that that the Voice would be expected to make representations on bills, on programs, on policies, at a local level on issues. Isn't that pretty much the same, making representations to the Parliament and to the Executive, pretty much giving advice to the to giving advice to the Parliament and the executive. Making representations is pretty similar to giving advice, is it not?
Well, that's right. You make a representation which might say, well, whether you formally characterise it as advice or maybe it's a broader concept than advice, but really what it amounts to is this. Let's say there's a proposed law. You say, we would like to suggest that clauses X, Y and Z of this proposed law may have unintended consequences, and we think a better solution would be. Now, you can call that advice or you can call it advocacy, but it's all in the same sort of conceptual basket, I think.
Same nomenclature, isn't it? It's similar words. It's almost Roget's Theosaurus stuff, isn't it?
I guess, yes. I mean, a synonym. Yeah, well, representations maybe covers a wider range of things. People make representation when they say, I believe I represent to you that the weather in Perth is fine. But we're using representations here in a narrower setting, having regard to the fact that the targets are the Parliament and the Executive.
Exactly. Earlier today we had I think it was the Deputy Leader of the Opposition tweeting that you couldn't rule out that the Voice would have a de facto veto role on national days of commemoration. Do you see anything in this legislation or an explanatory memorandum or any discussions prior in the deliberations of various groups before this legislation that would give you any concern that the Voice would have a de facto veto role on national days of commemoration or any other thing of that nature?
I don't know what a de facto veto role is, but national days, I think, are days which presumably are proclaimed by some sort of a delegated instrument or something in the Gazette, and that ultimately is an executive action, unless you legislate it, of course. And I suppose the Voice might say, well, we think we think you should rethink such and such a day. But again, that would be no more than advice, and it certainly wouldn't bind anybody, and it wouldn't be a veto.
No.
Now, what does a de facto veto mean? Well, maybe it means there's some political force to such advice. Well, the political weight of any advice that the Voice gives or any representations that it makes will depend upon their substance and will depend upon the community views of those representations. So, as I say, I'm still at a bit of a loss to sort of parse de facto veto, but I don't think it's got anything much to do with this Act.
No. You say the Voice is not a third chamber, so it's not like we've got the House of Representatives, the Senate and the Voice. It's not like that at all, is it?
No.
No. Well, I mean, there's been some discussions that somehow this was going to be an Indigenous House of Review or an Indigenous House of Lords or something of that nature. There's been discourse in the political domain about that. It's nothing of the sort, is it?
Well, that's a leading question, and the answer is it is nothing of the sort.
That's right. You know, from your vast experience in dealing with court cases and as an advocate, but also on the bench, I mean, you can't rule out any form of litigation. Indeed, the whole jurisprudence of constitutional law that we've got, you've been alluding to Section 92, and earlier today we heard about Section 92 of the Constitution, which is one of the most litigated provisions in the Constitution. You can't rule out at any stage that someone's not going to bring a case, a constitutional case. Otherwise, we wouldn't have, you know, people who practice in the area wouldn't have constitutional law lectures and tutorials, and I dare say people who are listening to this wouldn't be wondering what they were studying. So at some stage, someone could bring some sort of litigation in relation to this, but we've heard evidence today that the High Court would give it short shift on usually. Isn't that the case?
Yeah. I think a comment I've made somewhere is that you can never draft a law or a constitutional provision which has such absolute certainty about it that you can exclude any possibility of anybody approaching the court in a case involving the construction or application of that. If you set that as the standard for legal change or constitutional change, you'd never make it, because that kind of certainty is simply not achievable.
In section 50, in 52, paragraph 52, you said if it were, no laws would ever be enacted and no constitutional change would be possible. That's the case, is it not?
That's what I just said, yes.
Yeah, that's right. So no more questions.
Thank you very much. The member for Clare.
Thank you, Chair. Mr French, Andrew G, member for Clare. I've just got one very quick question. And one of the, I think, increasingly common criticisms of The Voice is that it allegedly divides Australia by race. And paragraph 40 of your submission states very clearly that it does not rest upon race. I'm just wondering, would you mind just briefly elaborating on why that is the case in very clear and precise terms for people who may be listening outside of this building?
Yep. Okay. Well, put shortly, the Voice provides for Voice provision provides for the recognition of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples not as a race but as the first peoples of Australia, that is, to their particular historical part in the history of this continent, which goes back up to 65,000 years before the enactment of our Constitution. So the criterion of recognition and the basis for the creation of the Voice is their status as First Peoples, not their status as Aboriginal people or as Torres Strait Islander peoples, but that particular historical role. And that provides a significant shift away from the existing race-based legislative power that the Commonwealth has with respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, although that power is still there.
Yep.
What the 1967 amendment did was to take out the exclusion from Commonwealth power to make laws with respect to races, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, and it just dropped Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people back into what I call the bucket of races covered by section 5126, so that when the Commonwealth makes a law about Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, under that section, it is making a law about them as a race. And the concept of race is really a cultural construct, and obviously it's there in the Constitution, has to be given some effect. But this is a welcome departure from that framing.
Thank you very much.
Is that all the questions you have?
That's all the questions I have.
Thank you very much, Justice French. That is all the questions that we have for you today. Thank you very much for joining us, albeit through a technical link. We got there in the end. We really do appreciate you making the time today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward that to the Secretariat by Friday the 21st of April 2023. You will be sent a copy of your transcript of evidence, and if you have an opportunity to request corrections if you find any errors in that transcript. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, and I wish the committee well in its deliberations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That concludes today's public hearing of the Joint Select Committee. I'd like to thank all committee members and witnesses for their time today. The committee will next meet in Orange at our public hearing on Monday. I declare this public hearing closed.